Good morning. Welcome to our council meeting for the 7th of November, another month gone. And welcome, Cody. Come and join us up at the table here this morning. And Cody's from the New Life Church and here to open our meeting this morning.
Awesome. That's all right there. Can you hear me? Father, I thank you for this morning, Lord, and for our gathering in this place. Lord, I thank you that even here your presence is in our midst. Lord, and I just pray for the proceedings of this meeting this morning, Lord, those things that are on the agenda. I pray that for our councillors, Lord, that they would have wisdom and discernment, Lord, to make the right decisions, Lord. And I pray that, that you would Lord, that you would just move in this place, Lord. We just commit this morning into your hands and pray for the proceedings. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thanks, Cody. Is there anything with the New Life Church that you'd like to share with us? What's happening with your congregation?
Yeah. So recently, we had a paint job on the roof. That's just an aesthetic thing, but church is growing. A couple of weeks ago, we had a service where we had 100 people in attendance. So we had 80 adults and 23 kids running around. So things are exciting for us and experiencing growth. And the church is very much alive and from my perspective. And so, just very excited about that and for what's to come.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for taking time this morning to be here and thank you for the work that you do in our community. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Apologies. This morning, Councillor Short is away with her hearings, qualification, renewal. And we also have Councillor Quarry this morning who is unable to be here, and I will move that we accept Councillor Quarry's apology for this morning's meeting. Have a seconder, Councillor Belsky. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Approved. Thank you. Right, item 3, page 6. So we have no minutes for confirmation because they will be presented at our next meeting, given that we had an extra meeting in the month. So we can go straight to declarations of interest. Are there any topics on today's agenda that elected members may wish to declare? Councillor McFadden.
Thank you, Your Worship. I need to be on the gambling policy, exclude myself for conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? No? Thank you. That is noted. Right, so we can move straight to our public forum. And this morning we have Mark and Steph come and join us here up at the table. And they asked for the Fielding Moa Harrier Club, asked for the opportunity to come and talk to council about a pretty exciting event that's coming up in 2025. So I'll hand it over to you both.
Thank you. Thanks to Mayor Warboys for the opportunity to present to council today. My name's Mark Evans. I'm the club president for Fielding Moa Harriers and Athletic Club, and I'm joined today by Stephanie Walker, our club captain. And I'm going to see if our technology works.
Good morning. So at Fielding Moas, we aim to encourage running and recreational walking for all ages. This season is divided more or less into 2 halves, with cross-country occupying the first half of the season and road and trail running occupying the second half. Most weeks we see a different venue, different challenges, but the same friendly bunch of Fielding Moas. So from April to July, we have our cross-country season. These events are run on different farms. including the Woodross Farm, which we're lucky enough to have for the 65th year in 2025. We also use Timona Park and other freely running locations in the Manawatu. Then from July to October, we have our road and relay season, which we use local roads, and inter-club events, including the Halcombe Relay and the Martin to Whanganui Relay as well. Combining with other clubs to create our centre and cross-country road championships. We also host other events like the Fielding Athletics on a Wednesday, which some of your children may be part of, or you may know children in the community that participate in our run, jump and throw activities. This year we had 300 members ranging from grade 4 to over 70 years old. So the National Road Relays are a run and walk relay event for all abilities, but the minimum age is 14 years for safety reasons. Traditionally, this event is a highlight on the calendar with a rich event history, much sought over prestigious national titles. Fielding Mile plans to host the 2025 event, a road course around Fielding to Mount Biggs, around Halcombe and then back to Halcombe to finish with a total time frame from 8 AM to 2 PM finishing in Halcombe.
So what are the expected benefits from this event? So this event is awarded to clubs that express interest from Athletics New Zealand, and on a regional basis, we expect numerous benefits, both financial and social, from this event. We envision about 1,000 athletes coming to this event, along with about 250 support staff. Given most of these athletes and support staff will travel from outside the region, we envisioned about 1,100 guest nights and with a 2-day average length of stay. Couple this with the numerous cafe and restaurant visits, we think this will have a good financial benefit to the region. Social benefits we see occurring are the fundraising opportunities for organisations like the Halcombe School PTA, and the use of local halls, and also the chance for the local community to participate in an inclusive event. As with any event, the costs of hosting this event are significant and ever increasing. For this event, we expect our major cost items to be on-site medical cover, which is a requirement for hosting it from Athletics New Zealand, and also the cost of traffic management for the event. And we've listed up there our estimates of cost. Obviously, the more we can control costs, the more we can limit the entry fee to further increase more people attending the event. So that's the crux of our presentation today. We would appreciate any assistance, either financial or in kind, that council could offer.
Thank you. What was the date in 2025?
The 3rd of October. 4th of October.
4th of October.
So we've got about a year to plan.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from our team? Councillor Underwood.
Is that a Saturday or a Sunday? A Saturday. And with it being 77 kilometres, I think it said, the course, how many are in each team?
It depends on your grade. Senior men, there'll be 7 in a team. Down to under 16s, there's 4 in a team. 4 athletes in the team. So they'll obviously run a different course.
I was going to say, they won't run the 77
No,
cars.
no, no. We're not going to make it run 80 k's.
No. Okay, thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. And I think that's why I wanted you to come and explain to us about this event, because it is a significant event and there's a lot of work to be done. And no doubt our team will also talk to you about our event fund. You'll be able to talk to our infrastructure team in regarding traffic management. and to see how council may be able to help and support. I'd also suggest, if you haven't already, touching base with Fielding and District Promotion, who can help spread the word for you, and particularly to the local businesses. And yeah, so it's pretty exciting. Any final questions, comments from the team? No? Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. Just you mentioned accommodation for the 1,000 odd participants. Do you have plans on how to kind of make that happen? That's quite a few beds.
Yeah, we do know that a lot of teams have already booked accommodation in Fielding for that weekend. So I would imagine accommodation in Fielding will be at a premium, and once gone, they will shift their way towards Palmerston North, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for taking the time today. And we've got that one on our radar now, and look forward to talking to you between now and then, and look forward to helping you host this event. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll be jumping around in our agenda today because we have some timeframes for different speakers. So while we're waiting for our 9 o'clock, let's jump to, we have item 8, there are no recommendations from committees. We can go to item 9, committee and group meetings. Again, minutes are on the website. But it is an opportunity for councillors to highlight what's happening in their various community committees. So Cheltenham is Andrew, Councillor Quarry, is that right? And he's not here, so let's go to Councillor Hadfield, Glenarua, Taikaria.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, meeting on Tuesday night, so it's quite good to see that the as a new committee, the Glenarua Taikaria Community Committee have finished their first project, which was a pathway from the school through private land to the hall, which has removed the danger of the kids walking on that quite busy and quite strange, actually, intersection that's down there. So that was really good. And Helen turned up to the meeting with Janine. So Helen was introduced to the committee, which was great. And they are now working on the next lot of, on the next project, and also trying to expedite the community plan so they can get that finished. But other than that, good heart.
Excellent. How come, Councillor McFadgen?
Thank you, Worship. They're having a little problem with cars driving down the walkway, so they'd applied to council or talked to them about getting some money, and for a couple of projects, one of which was to clean up the sign, and was told there was no funds for either activity, so they're going to fundraise for their own sign and make their own arrangements to block some boulders to stop cars driving down the walkway. There's nothing extra outside of that. It was meeting finished early. I think they're looking forward to getting to Christmas.
Thank you. Perhaps we should also mention there you had the AGM for the Stanway Halcombe Water Scheme.
Yes. Would you like any different committee, but that's fine.
It's slightly different, yes.
Yeah. What would you like me to say, Your Worship? I went over that with the committee. There was some that attended. Sorry, there was one that attended. They were very happy. They were particularly pleased to see that the water scheme rate had come down from $3.96 to $3.41, which was a reduction of $55, which was significant, or short-lived as it may be. But no, they're very happy. We talked about the change in policy to bring more people on, the fact that we're focusing on actually increasing the number of users. I do have that presentation if you wish to have it. It is on their Facebook page already. And Hamish did a very good job of standing up and explaining what we were doing to overcome the turbidity issues, to actually give greater resilience to the scheme at a much more cost-effective manner. So, yeah, it was compared with other years, it was very quiet.
Excellent. Well, I think I did attend later in the meeting, and Yeah, what I was impressed with is the willingness to, how do we get more users onto the scheme, even though they may not end up having to pay the lump sum the same as what others have. It was all about growing it, so it was very good to see. Councillor Underwood, Rongatia.
Thank you. They held the annual fireworks display last weekend, and a bit of a disappointing turnout, but because people have to pay to get in and watch, maybe a reflection on the economic situation for a lot of families and less disposable income. But I believe they did cover their costs.
Great, thank you. And Councillor Blackmore, Youth Council.
Thank you. A highlight this week was having Brittany Evans come in and talk about wastewater treatment. She covered off kind of what it is all about, what happens, talked about the centralisation project and the reconsenting, and ran an exercise on the aspirations the group have for the activity and the health of the awa, so much like the activity that other stakeholder groups have been through for us, and it was very positive.
Excellent, thank you. Given that we do have a few moments to fill in till our 9 a.m, any of the other community committees that may have met for updates? No?
The rural bus launch, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, that's been on the agenda this week. And Alison's not here, so right, so is our team from Councillor Bell?
I thought I might just add, and Councillor Bowski was also attending the Rural Bus Manawatu AGM. It launched yesterday, so as of yesterday we've got bookings and they have half price fares until the end of November. So first in, first serve, which is sort of their kick-off start. And it was quite a neat event actually, when I looked at the amount of volunteers and people that were really passionate about joining the trust and giving into sort of what they see as a pilot program. So they don't see this as the bus. They see it growing in the future because of demand and need. They've also split up the district into zones, zone 1, 2 and 3. So if you're within 10 kilometres, it's $10. Zone 2 is 25, zone 3 is 30, but they've made it really, I guess, fair and economical when you can book up to 4 people for the same address and split the price. So if we can just push that out in our comms in our communities, people, for our rural communities, it'd be fantastic.
Thank you. Councillor Bowski, would you like to add to that?
I've got nothing to add, but it was a very exciting time actually. From seeing it grow in Aberdeen and the results of their work that they've done and the obtaining funding, I just had to take my hat off to them, and it was a very, very friendly and quite exciting launch. So yeah, that's all I've got to add, but I was surprised at how much enthusiasm is behind it all.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Councillor Ford.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. A number of us attended the Fielding and District Promotion AGM last night. My comments are I was impressed with the significantly improved reports from the chair and the manager compared to previous years. I was very pleased with that, and I think they lost 1 committee member and gained 5. So it appears they've got some good people. So it appears to bode well.
Thank you. Yes, I would endorse those comments. Thank you for that. So do we have our team from Cedar here as yet? 2 more to come. Okay. Thank you. Right, so I'm looking at our agenda to...
We do the water one, shouldn't it take about 30 seconds?
Yeah, there's the items on our agenda today are longer than a few moments.
Your Worship, I do have that
Councillor
slide of showing the effective volume, and it that we could pop up from the water scheme, and if we've got a couple of moments, because it really might enlighten the colleagues here what the effective volume does for our assets.
Thank you. If you have it, but I don't know if it's been put into our system.
No, I think Steph, could you look, can we get that, Steph? Thanks, Tom. It's just something that we prepared for the community, but it really shows what the effect of all of the assets for the council when you get more users, what the effect is on the annual charges.
Thank you. So while we're doing that, maybe we'll take a couple of minutes recess until our team from CEDA are here at 9 o'clock.
Sorry, what's that? She's talking to herself or me?
Right, let's reconvene our meetings. We're on item 10, we're on page 6, and a very warm welcome to the team from CEDA. Jerry and your team, welcome, come and join us at the table, and you can introduce the team. Bring the chairs if they can.
Morena, everybody. We'll just do a quick round. We've got Katie Brosnahan with us today and Margie from the board, myself and Janet, Greg, Felicia, and I don't think there's anyone left back at the office, so we're all here. So look, I'll just hand over to Katie to do the board chair's address. Bobby's not with us this morning, she's away. So I'll just hand over to Katie.
Thank you, Mayor Helen. Good morning, everyone. Firstly, apologies from our chair, Bobby, who couldn't be with us today. She's on leave. So thank you for the opportunity to present our annual report today for the 2023-2024 year. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of the board, along with Margie, and we'd like to thank you again for your ongoing support, collaboration and commitment to growing Manawatu. Just to recap on our collective vision for the region, which remains firm, it shows through our pillar projects, Te Tanganui, the regional food strategy and the destination management plan. All of our mahi is getting us towards this vision. There are some key indicators for the region for the 2023-2024 year, as highlighted in the annual report. You'll be aware we are seeing the cooling of our economic indicators after what have been some of the strongest years on record for the mighty Manawatu. While the economy remains a little bit softer with the decline in spending and levels of investment, we are seeing glimmers of a better 2025 ahead. It's times like this when we do see dips and bumps that we need to remain laser focused on our long-term opportunities and projects to future-proof our region. With every climb, there's going to be a fall, but we do know that we have resilience to recover strongly thanks to our diverse economy, key pillar projects and strong growth trajectory. Our region's resilience and diversity of sectors have set us up well, so that the impacts of global and national economic challenges haven't impacted us as significantly as some of our counterparts across New Zealand. Reflecting on the strong economic trajectory we've experienced in recent years, our 5-year GDP was up 12.5% compared to that of New Zealand, which was up 10.3%. So I'll now hand over to Jerry, who will talk us through some of the key highlights and outcomes over the past year. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie, for that introduction. So look, we just want to go through a little bit of a highlight reel, I guess, of what we've been doing in the last financial year. So CEDA's work, as you know, is quite broad and varied, but falls into key themes that are crucial to the strong, productive economic development for the region. These are developing the talent pool and pipeline, driving inward investment and opportunities for the region in terms of growth, and supporting businesses who are already here to grow, thrive and innovate, and also profiling the region. All of these areas require strong partnerships, and the partnerships that we have are core to CEDA, which is recently reflected in our stakeholder survey that was completed in the last financial year, where our rating has gone up from 6.9 in 2020 to 8.1. We have lots of key partnerships which go right from the national level, so with organisations like Tourism New Zealand, but then right down to in the district with Mana Whenua, other organisations like Fielding and District Promotions and the rural community across the country road and all the way through to all the other partners we have in the district. Much of what CEDA does focus on that big regional opportunities for the economic growth that supports the outcomes for the region as a whole, which brings benefits to the Manawatu district as well. The unique benefits and strengths of the district complement those of the city and vice versa, and we feel we are stronger together. Something which is reflected and intertwined in our labour market business and other markers of our performance. A quick summary of our work for the year in terms of inward investment and opportunities. So you'll see from this graph, there's quite a diverse range, obviously dominated by our key projects. What we do goes hand in hand with our work to support businesses to expand and stay in the region and developing our region's sectors of strength. Most of this work is aligned to our key regional strategies with some greenfield opportunities that are coming through. And I know Hamish joined us recently. I know this is not last year, but in terms of the things that come out of visits where we see new green opportunities coming into the region. A note on the strategic approach for us. We say this all the time, we can't bark at every passing car. We've got to be selective with where we put our effort. We still have to do due diligence and take out of conversations things that don't stack up, but there's a lot of work that goes on to get us to that key point. I guess one of the highlights which outlines how long these things take, Australian Defence Apparel opened earlier this year, or might have been late last year, inside Te Tanganui. That was a project that started in 2019. So these things take, time to get across the line. The book value for that in terms of its consent was lots of millions, but I believe the final cost in terms of return to the whole region is much, much greater than that. Slide 6, just want to talk about the key economic developments for us. So in terms of business and innovation, so things are still thriving, going pretty well in the business ecosystem. In the 2023-24 year, we delivered a total of 621 business engagements across our regional business partnership program. And I think it's fair to say that Greg and his team have got this humming, and we're held up as a national example of how this should be done properly. We also provide a lot of innovation support and work to support and retain the expansion of businesses in the Manawatu through some of our other activities. It's true that the saying he tangata, it's about the people, is very, very important for us inside our organisation. It's the core to the region, the core to the economy. So our ongoing work to support the talent pipeline and attract new talent into the region has continued strongly. One of the highlights for us was during the Accelerate Academy work, which included some feedback from Whaia Jamie from Te Kura Iwi Mo Ngāti Kāwhata, in which the quote was, "We deeply appreciate everyone who helped put this kaupapa together for our students. This opens avenues for our ākonga or our students in the Māori pathways and learning opportunities they hadn't even considered," which is really, really fantastic quote to have. You would have seen some of our work to profile the region throughout the year, and I think Janet's always very, very strong on this, that you can't expect somebody to invest eventually in a region or a district or the city if they're not willing to come and spend a day here, spend a night here, and then spend some more time with us. So profiling the region is really, really important. We do that across multiple channels, and from the region's perspective, we've partnered with, or the district's perspective, with CD Field Days and stuff. We do it nationally with Tourism New Zealand, with New Zealand Herald and other publications to tell the story of our fantastic region. When you think about some of the bigger projects, and this is to highlight how we do stuff with partner funding. So there's been the River Story project told with Rangatane around how we hero up the Manawatu River. That was, again, 3 years in the making, was over $800,000 worth of funding. And that was brought to life for iwi by iwi and with seeded support. And I think from the district's perspective, the possibility of growing that into a wider network of telling our mana whenua story, and that could be all the way through the Central North Island and making up a connected potential tourism opportunity for how we actually bring that to the table. Janet's got the thing stuck. It's got nothing to do with me. If someone could advance to slide 10, which is just, there's a slide with a whole lot of images. I think it's one more. So this fits into the "you said we listened" bit, which is one of the things we have been challenged with around the table, is to provide more of that, how we actually do things to showcase the district. Most of the reporting doesn't separate out our work because it's at that higher sort of strategic level, but we just wanted to point out some of these, and I'll leave you to read through these. And we're working on how we present this to the council, and we want to, as we roll out how we add value for the district, we'll make this more discreet around how we do this. There's some great examples of the work we do in general to support the district specifically, and other projects that have regional impact that impact the district as well. So these include things from across the primary and visitor sector, inward investment work, attracting major events promotion funding, which I think was really successful. I think we were 4th in the country for accessing that funding. The successful Gardens Festivals pilot. The team went up to the IBO Travel Trade event where there were 10 district tourism opportunities that were showcased there. Profiling businesses in the district in our inward investment, and profiling the sector channels on our webpage. And the large-scale land diversification project, which is just getting so much airtime, and we had another reach out around that yesterday. So that's us. I just want to talk a little bit about our financial performance quickly. Our financial performance for the year ended with a surplus of $44,000 against a budgeted deficit of $78,000. So we're very, very happy with that. The reasons for the variations, we were able, as we said, to access some additional government funding. The Regional Events Fund was one of them, and the Regional Business Partnership Program, IMBI, gave us a sort of a slight bump in the money they were giving us, which was great. We're also quite comfortable with keeping that slight surplus because we've got a capital expenditure coming up, which is launching the Te Utanganui website. So we just wanted to make sure we had enough money in reserve so that we could offset that capital spend. And other variances were in just relation to, we had some funding tipped in for the program director role for Te Utanganui, which has been fantastic. And we were able to carry, or not able to, unfortunately had some vacancies in the organisation for some parts of the year last year, but I can happily say that for the last 10 months, we've been fully staffed, which is fantastic. So we're going to continue to deliver for you guys on behalf of the district and our shareholders and making sure that we are the engine under your hood and keeping things moving. Really grateful to you as funders and to our board for giving us direction. Without you, we couldn't achieve what we do. So open to questions and happy to hear what you need us to respond to.
Thank you. Thanks, Jerry, and to the team. And yeah, just a big thank you for what you do. I like the style of the presentation and giving us some overall growth stats, but also then focusing on the direct benefit for the investment from the district. Couple of things from those slides. I was surprised to see the median age for Palmerston North and Manawatu is getting closer. And I'm wondering, do you think that's the impact that Massey and the decline of students there is reflected in that?
We've just had another update, and obviously with the delays in census, the start has been challenging. Where I don't know if it is the Massey thing because our average age of Massey student learners is quite high. So a lot of them are like later in life learners or doing doctorates and things. But we're hoping to have some more. We're just working with the economists at each council at the moment, looking at population and age growth. So hopefully we'll have some more rationale behind that. But it is really an interesting point. I think too, maybe some of the families coming in with Ohakia, there's been a lot of, I guess, gentrification in the district with families coming in is a great place to live. So yeah, there's a number of factors potentially. Yeah, it's great. It's all positive, which is excellent. My other question is, in the recent weeks, we've had involvement with China on two opportunities. One was the education delegation that came here, and the second one was that Councillor McFadden represented the city and the district at a forum in China around economic development and some of the opportunities there. What I'm wondering is, in the work that CEDA does, what role do you have or support role do you have in any of the other economic development, business development programs that the Chinese is a really good example. The sister has a strong sister city. The city has a strong sister city relationship with China. So I'm wondering, what do we do to, from CEDA's point of view, to drive that economically?
Look, it's a really good question, and I'll start by answering that. We already have live conversations going on already with potential investors from China, and particularly one is in relation to the hotel discussion. And these people are looking at an investment that could see a hotel land at the airport, plus another sort of, a visitor facility at the airport, which would be really interesting. Our main connect, and it's through Gabrielle Loger at City Council, who is their international, advisor. And one of the things that we've challenged Gabrielle on, and it comes down to the you can't bark at every passing car, is that we want to know where are the markets or the potential in Asia or anywhere around the world where they're looking to invest in us, not the other way around. So we often end up going to events where it's more about the export side rather than the inward investment side. But we've got a number of conversations going on at the moment into Asia, Australasia, Singapore. We've got some interest from Europe. And we just have to go through those and make sure that we do our due diligence on them in a live kicking opportunity, so we're not spinning our wheels.
Thank you. Right, let's open it for questions, comments, please. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. I've been following Food HQ's announcements of speakers for the next I Tipu Food and Fibre Conference, and they are very high profile and very diverse, so that's looking really exciting. So well done on that. My question, I suppose, is going forward, our approach to the food strategy over the next 12 months?
Yeah, cool. Look, just a comment around I Tipu powered by Food HQ. I'm on the advisory committee for it, which is not the organising committee, thank God, but just the bit that advises. I'm championing at every level that we need to have a balanced approach to presenters, which not only present alternative ways of doing new food, which is fantastic, but doing traditional farming better. So we're making sure that we've got a balance in there. The food strategy is actually, I think, performing way above where I thought it would be. So we're really, really clear that we've set it up so that its implementation process is based on a project approach. So we partner up with key partners who have key projects. So we've got a few kicking around at the moment, and Greg, if I forget any, just come Greg the mic. But one's I Tipu, which is fantastic, and I think as it's rolling out now, it feels very, very good. Secondly, we've got the work that's been done with the district around the diversification map. And as I said earlier, that's really getting some traction around the country. We've having a discussion at the moment with 4 other EDAs about joining their diversification working group, which is funded by AgMart, which I think is really, really cool. We are doing work around a really cool little project that Greg and I were talking about yesterday that again's been 12 months in the making, which is around Zoffy, which is the project which is looking at taking native berries and turning them into alternative to coffee. And by all accounts, it's the only alternative that looks, feels and tastes like coffee. It actually feels like coffee. And that's really cool because that ticks a lot of boxes. It relates to how farmers might do riparian or complementary planting to get stock away from waterways. It creates a market for the Māori economy in terms of having that link into the Māori berry production and then turning it into something useful. So there's whole lots of things going on in there. We've had conversations as recently as the last 72 hours with Zespri around, what are they going to do in the future as the climate change moves south, and they're looking for markets for new variations and crops of kiwi fruit. So we're always having those conversations around what's the next thing. This all ties into how the district links to the Te Utanganui project, because we need to fill empty containers. And so we need to have production in the primary sector filling those things up. So they're all linked. So we're really delighted with how that strategy is going at the moment.
Thank you.
Councillor Ford.
Yeah, thank you. Janet, question for you. The visitor spend figures there, always been surprising, still is in a positive way. We're 13th out of 32 regions for visitor spend in New Zealand. So, we're in the top 40%. Amazing. Any elaboration in terms of the current situation, perhaps reasons why?
So for us, I think a lot of it around the visitor spend is with our strong business market. So both business events, but also with our infrastructure pipeline, we've got a steady stream of people coming in and staying in the region, which has helped keep our occupancy high, as well as our leisure market. But I think the other one is the visiting friends and relatives market, especially as cost of living pinches, people are more mindful of where they're going. So they're more likely to go and connect with friends and family other than just take the kind of, glossy holidays and trips. So that's something we're actually looking to leverage off in the coming 6 months around, creating more advocates in our local market. We are still seeing a softening around hospitality. The numbers of people going in are the same. They're just not buying the extra drink or the additional sides, or they're splitting a dessert. So that in terms of what we're hearing from businesses, yeah.
If I just add, Michael, I think the other bit is, and the team's done a great job. I'm sure it was last year. Sometimes the years get confused, but there was a fantastic event out at the district last year around bringing in people from the primary sector to see whether there was a side hustle in terms of their commissionable product or things that could actually drive tourism and visitor sector from another angle. I think the district in particular, but the region as a whole, is a latent beast to wake up to get the slice of the tourism dollar outside of visiting family and friends, which is commissionable product, new things. Tourism visitors don't see boundaries, so hooking up with the other EDAs around the Central North Island, I think is a big play for us.
And I think we just recently had a couple of more new operators, like Romney Lodge has just launched. We've been doing a lot of work with them and getting them trade ready. And we've got more businesses that are trade ready to take to market in our March and May events next year. So the work that we've been doing around sector development has been really paying off.
Thank you. Yeah, there's certainly a lot of latent beasts around the table. So
Speak for yourself.
speak for myself, okay. My other question relates to the hotel motel study, and it might even be a question more to Lynn and our team, but what happens to it? I think it'd be useful to understand the results, and particularly as we're, working on our town centre refresh, etc. So happy to bat my question away to our team, but it's just reminded of the fact that the study was done, and I for one would be really interested to see it.
Yep, no, cool. Look, it's been really good actually, and it's another one of those things where it takes a whole lot of conversations to bring something to fruition. So we've been working with Lynn and the team and Ross around what that might look like in terms of the opportunities that are in the district that were identified in the piece of work that Fantail Advisory did. One of those conversations is really live. It's around what might be going on with the old New World site. And in terms of making that work, there's all sorts of ways to get these conversations moving. So one was from my old days in Ashburton, I picked up the online Ashburton Guardian. A friend of mine has just done what I think we need to do here, which is bought an old building in the middle of Ashburton and is turning it into a boutique hotel. So I've rung him and said, how did you do it? What were the pitfalls? Where did it come from? And those sorts of intel, actually similar size sort of a district, similar issues around how do we make that work. So me and an old school friend are going to talk about how did you make that work. We've got conversations going on with Greg and his team around other opportunities. The opportunities are quite varied. Some require a really passionate person with driven ideals about what they want and relatively deep pockets, I have to say, to keep those things moving. But those are all live conversations, and we're really grateful for Lynn and Ross and the team for sort of keeping that moving too.
Thank you. And I understand there are potentially confidentiality issues with a number of these things as well. But the more we understand, the more we can probably help.
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Bell.
Lynn.
Lynn.
Thank you. Also, CEDA pulled together a subset of that information that was that Ross was then able to use with some local potential investors as well. So while we can't provide the report out to the public, there's subsets of that report that we could use to help inform locals, which was really useful.
And this is in the but wait, there's more category. And on Tuesday at the lead team, I think it was, Mayor Helen, we tabled the CEDA inward investment set of documents, which are really fantastic. We got some great feedback from both the city and the district. We're going to take that back. Janet's team's beavering away at making those changes. And the great thing about that document is it can be used as a whole document, or it can be picked out and shaped towards whatever the campaign is that we're working on next. So we can actually use that as well to drive ahead conversations like this one.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I'm just curious to know about your innovation program. It's really exciting to see you had 1.2 or just over 1.2 million that supported businesses. Out of the 91, how many came from fielding? Do we have that data?
No, that's I've just consulted with Mr. Bignell. We can get that data. We don't have it at hand. And that funding's primarily run through Callaghan. And so Peter would be able to get that data for us. And we could probably also get that for the RBP program as well.
Can I make a further request? Because I'm curious, while you get the numbers, because really what I really want was there opportunity for those that received the grants to give feedback so that we can have insight about what the local business priorities are for us here? Because that would be...
Yeah,
Is it-
absolutely. Yep.
It's a two-prong. Thank
Yep.
you.
Yep. Cool, we
Thank
can
you.
do that for
That, that may be a good one to go through our economic development focus group to get down to that
Absolutely.
level of discussion.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good point. Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. One of the top priorities for us listed, Jerry, is promoting Manfield as a conference and events venue option.
Mhm.
So I'm just wondering if you have any idea, have there been any specific breakthrough that you've made in terms of through CEDA of attracting events or other, conference things that haven't actually, or that are new, that are additional to what's been happening? Because I think, I still think that's actually pretty significant for us, because it's quite important for Manfield. And one of the things, that Councillor Ford's brought up in terms of accommodation, of course, and we've just actually presentation this morning from the Harriers group. They've got 1,000 people coming next year. So once our accommodation's full, we bleed to the city, and we bleed economic activity to the city. But in terms of this, have you got any feel for how successful you've been in promoting additional activity to Manfield?
Well, I'll start by saying I've got 2 tickets for Saturday, so that's cool, going to the car racing on Saturday. Look, we have been making connections, I think through Greg, we're looking to catch up with the new CEO. And so that's the first step. We're really cognizant of all of the opportunities that we have that we filter through the team at the City Council as well, because of their relationship to how that all pans out, how we can access events that can come and would be suitable for Manfield as an event host. So, for example, when we were looking at the Itipu conference, they were inside the mix as a potential provider. So that's a start. Janet, have you got anything else to add in that space?
Yeah, I guess we do work really closely with the Manawatu Convention Bureau around bids and opportunities and making sure that it's a regional approach, because no matter where they stay, the economic spend benefits all of us. We share a population, business, employees. With Manfield, we have been engaging with the new CEO and are continuing to do so. I think we've got some more meetings coming up to really understand what the, proposition is and who they really want to target, because I think the key thing is making sure that each venue across the region's got its own kind of distinct value proposition, so it's not competitive, but we can really make sure that the best options are put forward for each bid. So it's sort of an ongoing space.
I think given it's one of our priorities, I think it's good to have some absolute clarity around the approach. And clearly Manfield may have something to say to us. They're presenting to us as well this morning. But I do think as a priority for us, I'd like to see that that doesn't get left in the laundry basket.
So here's a great example, actually. We did a tote up, I think it was 2 weeks ago. I think there's 5 significant primary sector events in the region next year. So there's Itipu, there's the Māori Farming Awards. There's 3 or 4 other ones. And so what we're doing is putting together a calendar. And I think that's a gilt edge opportunity to sit down with Manfield and say, look, you guys are right in the sweet spot of what we could attract. Let's get together and work out a strategy, what else we can bring in. Janet and the team are doing a calendar of all of the key events that are coming through in that space. And we'd love to have Manfield with some skin in the game as well.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments on the report that we have from CEDA? No. Thanks, team. Thank you. There is a lot going on, and it also reminds me that we get involved in at the different levels that we work in, is remembering to share as much as we can, because everyone around the table has some skills and connections that can be useful. So it's a good reminder for us to do that. So thank you for that. There is a recommendation on page 6. If I could have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Ford.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I'll just add my thanks to the work that you do, both governance and operational teams, and I'll move that the CEDA Annual Report 2023-24 be received.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Quigley. Any further discussion? None. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you, team, for coming out this morning and keep up the great work. Right, so we are moving to item 10.2. This is the Manfield Park Annual Report. And it's appropriate that they follow CEDA this morning. We've just been talking about Manfield. And also Council's opportunity to say a very warm welcome to you, Paul. Paul as the new CE for Manfield. We haven't had the opportunity formally at our council meeting to meet with you and to welcome you on board.
Very much.
So today is about receiving Manfield's annual report. Some of us attended the recent AGM, but I'll hand it over to Hamish as chair of the board and to Paul to take us through it.
Thank you, Your Worship. For those covers off the first 2 points on my list, the AGM and the introduction of Paul, but I am cognizant that we had the AGM last week, and I think we had at least half of the elected members were present at that. So at the risk of sort of doubling up what we've already talked about, I know there's a number of elected members that weren't there. So we'll try and cover it off, but also not take too much time in there. As you've said, Kathy Gibson finished up with us at the end of May this year, and Paul commenced in the role at the beginning of July. So obviously we're here to present the 23-24 annual report, which means I can't blame Paul for anything, but he can't take any credit either. I think probably the key point in here is it's been a tough financial year for us, and you'll see in there in terms of the end of year sort of financial position was I'll call it a reasonable loss, but 116,000 or thereabouts. I would note in there, and this council's no stranger to things like insurance, interest and depreciation. If you go through the accounts in some detail, you'll look in terms of the insurance costs at an extra 90, the depreciation an extra 55, and the interest costs an extra 30. That's about 170, 180 odd thousand dollars. So if you're putting $116,000 loss into the context of those sort of administrative costs, it does provide some context to that. It doesn't take away from the fact that there is some red ink on the bottom line. But I think what's important there is it's not the inefficiencies of what's being run on a day-to-day basis per se. It's very much the situation that we all face in terms of our accounts at the moment. One thing I did mention, and I talked quite a bit at the AGM, in terms of the financials in the park, it's been busy. So the numbers don't probably speak to the volume of activity that's going through. Particularly, again, it's the same conversation. The circuit is full, the stadium is not. The green space is so-so. One of the things that we did quite a lot of work on in that period between Kathy finishing up and Paul starting was the resetting of the budgets. So essentially our annual plan, which we do every year. And in that was a significant pricing review of the venue. And so there's a real tension there between getting the price points to a level where it covers our costs and covers our overheads and returns ideally a small profit, but also not pricing ourselves out of the market to a point where we're just too expensive. And I know that's one of the comments, criticisms, concerns that we've heard over the years, that it's too expensive to go to Manfield. And in many cases that may be the case, but the reality is it's a large asset. You can't do it for nothing, and so there's a real balance there. So in terms of that pricing review, some of those prices increased by around about 10%, and in some cases those prices increased by 30%, and that is, and I acknowledge that is significant. In a perfect world, that would have been phased in over a number of years, but I think as we got towards the end of the financial year last year, and we were looking forward, it was quite clear that that cost of service needed to be adjusted. So it was a a bit of a post-COVID sort of reset, if you like. And so that gives me a level of confidence going forward that the pricing that we've included, the cost recovery, we found, when you go through these things, you sort of find bits that are probably not quite aligned. So there was areas where we probably weren't recovering some of the cost of doing business that needed to be recovered. So that's been factored into that sort of pricing review. And so I think we've found a balance where we're still significantly cheaper than say competing motorsport venues around the country. But it has been a jump in there. We've also tried to sort of streamline the way that the pricing for the stadium is used, because it was quite a complicated matrix of add-ons and the like. So we've tried to make it simple, and we've tried to make it clear for people that are using the events. Outside of that, there's been a lot of work done in the equestrian space specifically, and I'll note the apologies from my fellow board members, including particularly Kevin. He's part of his role of coming into the board was in that equestrian space. He's done a lot of work in the last particularly 12 months around working on a national level to bring more and more of those sort of equestrian type events to Manfield. So these things don't happen overnight. These, the calendar events has a lead-in period, and Jerry spoke about that in terms of sort of the 12 months ahead and even further. There's a lot of work being done to try and bring more equestrian related events to Manfield. Ideally, that would be done in a sort of a partnership approach with our settlers, and where we can do that, we do. But equally, where there's opportunities to work with Manfield as a direct party working with other agencies, then we're exploring that as well. So there's a lot of work going on in that space. That's not going to fix the world. It's certainly going to increase the utilisation. You'll see in the report some of the other activities, sort of Dogs New Zealand, an example, that are coming in and using the facility. So there's a lot of incremental steps in that space which are helpful. But it's still a work in progress there. We did talk in some detail at the AGM around the decisions around the National Driver Training Centre and Drive Manfield, and a simple, harsh economic reality around that, in terms of what it doesn't contribute, in fact, detracts from the bottom line and the decisions that we've made around that. So I'm gonna hand over to Paul. He's going to take you through sort of his CE's report. One thing I would note before I hand over is the ongoing support that Manfield Park Trust receives from the Manawatu District Council and the ratepayers who obviously fund that. It is vital to the ongoing sustainability of Manfield, and I guess our quest is to demonstrate the value to the community for that investment, which we try to continue to do. So with that, I'll hand over to Paul. We can talk around the financials in more detail and then open for any sort of questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the welcome. I appreciate that. First and foremost, my apologies. I'm not familiar with council meetings and processes, so if I get terminologies or titles or things incorrect, please do forgive me and educate me afterwards. Be greatly appreciated. I certainly want to acknowledge Grant for your comments with CEDA around Manfield. I was just sitting over the back, and it's important to continue to work with CEDA around the promotion of some of the events that could potentially be held not only at Manfield but within the Fielding district, because there are a number of venues and I think there's opportunities there to work more closely to promote that. So thank you for that. It was certainly a privilege to join Manfield Park Trust and at the end of June, beginning of July this year. So while I'm not responsible for the things that are there, I'm responsible for here on in. And I don't take your responsibility lightly. There's a lot of opportunity and there's a lot of really positive stuff that goes on at Manfield Park. Motorsport, some equestrian, various events that go on. There's a bit of a drop off on the community side of things, which I'm encouraging and working on at the moment. But overall, certainly my impressions over the last 4 months have been very positive around Manfield Park Trust and the way that it's run, the engagement with the board and the staff, and doing a lot of walking around on weekends. my wife's referring to me as a bit of a Manfield widow at the moment, just because of the importance of getting out and about and talking to people who turn up to the park and find out what works and doesn't work and what the opportunities might be. So a number of the events, I won't go through that. I'm assuming you've got the AGM report, so I won't go through the events that have been there. I did just want to follow on from Hamish as well. The grant funding and sponsorship has been really positive for the year. Considerable thanks do need to go to you guys as the Manawatu District Council, and I genuinely and deeply value your support and contribution to Manfield. We also have Toyota as an ongoing sponsorship relationship with us, and we've towards the beginning of my time here, renewed that contract for another 3 years. So that has been really positive for us. We have recently also received another operating grant from New Zealand Community Trust to help us get through, and I'll explain the financials in a moment. So I do just want to genuinely thank you for the contribution and the support that you guys give to Manfield Park. And I believe, and I feel like the relationship with MDC and Manfield Park and others is improving and hopefully growing as we go along the way. Financial sustainability is obviously one of our biggest challenges. Hamish has mentioned the loss of 116,000, and from a cash perspective, we've dropped from beginning of the last financial year of 112,000 reserves to $2,000 in reserves. So it's a little bit of a difficult start to come into the trust. However, I do believe that we have and are putting things in place that will allow us to continue to improve and get through certainly the next financial year and hopefully finish that off in a more positive light as we work our way through. So I won't go through all the details there, but I'm certainly open to any comments. Do you want me to go through the financials now?
Thank you. Yes, and then we can open it up.
Great. So I'll very briefly go through the financials. You've got them there. I'm not an accountant, so do forgive me. This is a bit of a light once over, as it were. But we finished the year with a net loss of $116,000, and the result of that was due to some capital works overruns, insurance premiums, depreciation cost increases, etc., as Hamish has already noted. On a slightly more positive note, our overall asset position, asset and equity, remains stable. So we're not losing value on what we do have. And we were able to make some reduction on our current debt of $47,000. As I've noted, the trust cash position has deteriorated from 112 down to only 2,000 at the end of the financial year, and there are no other investments or reserves available. We're currently utilising MDC grant funding, general income, and our operating grant from New Zealand Community Trust to get us through the next financial year. Important to note, point number 16 of the auditor's report, not necessarily a particularly enjoyable read, but they have noted that they are treating us as a going concern, and there are a number of activities in there that we've stated and believe as a board are appropriate interim measures in order to work our way through this current financial year, while we work on other activities as well to increase income, decrease our cost structure, and provide more opportunities for sponsorship and other support as we work through master planning documents. Hamish has noted the closure of Drive Manfield. It was a very difficult decision and a very difficult process to go through. Certainly within 4 months to have started a job and completed a change process and consultation and analysis is certainly the quickest, but it was highly needed. And while there is some level of certainly devastation around the place around closure of Drive Manfield, from a financial perspective, it simply had to be done. And there was no getting out of that. The challenge that we are facing now is that the Crown Regional Holdings, who was the Provincial Growth Fund, provided $1.9 million in capital grants to us for the building of facilities out the back of Manfield, which were dedicated for Drive Manfield. We have notified them of our closure of Drive Manfield, and we are working through a process of getting together and working out where to from here regarding the Provincial Growth Fund. the Crown Regional Holdings debt that is sitting with Manfield currently. It is taxpayer funding. I come from a healthcare and a public background, so I'm very conscious of taxpayer funding and our responsibilities around that. However, I'm also very conscious that Manfield Park Trust is not in a financial position to make a profit currently. We are aiming to break even, and so our ability to repay debt is a little bit challenging at the moment. So I don't have any answers on where to, what their responses may be, but we will be working with them over the coming weeks and months to resolve that. So in summary, there are a bunch of challenges that we need to work through at the Trust. I do remain positive, however, and I think it's really important to remain positive. We've got a bit of a blip. Economically, there are a lot of businesses and companies around the region and locally that are having challenges financially. We're no exception to that, but it doesn't mean that just because we've had a difficult result in one year, doesn't mean that we can't pull through and continue the positive support and impact that we have for our local and regional community. I think probably the key for me and my mantra really is that working together is going to be the solution for all of us. So I would value working more closely with you as councillors, with the Manawatu District Council, and certainly with some of our other sponsors and supporters in order to be able to build Manfield Park Trust, build events, work with CEDA as we work our way along. So my apologies for a very light over the financials, but I think that's the crux of where we're at, and certainly open to any questions or comments.
And if I could, just on that, and picking up Paul's last point, and we mentioned it at the AGM, the organisation very much relies on the sort of the sponsorship support and the grant funding. That's not uncommon for a lot of these types of organisations and charitable organisations around the place. So we are no exception. So you combine that with some tight economics, and there's some work to do there. So.
Thank you. Thanks, Hamish and Paul. Let's open it up for questions, comments. Councillor Ford, then Councillor Hadfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a question, a little bit of a preamble. First of all, Paul, thank you for coming back to me with answers to my questions at your AGM. That was appreciated. I was a Manfield Park Trust board member for 11 years, and the two main criticisms were you're not making enough profit and you're too expensive. So it's quite a hard tightrope to walk. So I do understand. But an important thing for us and everyone really in the community to understand, and not many people do, is the economic benefit of holding the likes of the events that you hold at Manfield Park. There are very few facilities that are in any way similar that actually make profit. And I look at the, I think it's now the Sky Stadium in Wellington, used previously Westpac or Cape Town. Forsyth Bar Stadium and Dunedin, just two that come to mind. They haven't been making profits, but is Wellington better off for having it? Is Dunedin better off for having theirs? I would think so. So you look at the benefit for accommodation, hospitality, petrol, etc. And coming to my question, have you lost any significant recent events because of pricing? You talked about pricing increase before. And part two of that question is, and in hindsight, would you have been better to accept less and hold the event, or are you comfortable that losing the event was the better outcome?
Short answer, thank you for your questions. In short answer, we haven't lost any significant events that I'm aware of in the last 4 months. We have lost hires because of our pricing, and some of the work I'm currently doing with the team is re-looking at a broad brush around the pricing methodology. In terms of profitability, we need to be profitable. We need to make significant margins to cover overheads and maintain 70 plus hectares of property, which isn't cheap to do. The challenge that we have is when you've got your back against the wall, sometimes we swing the pendulum a little far at times in terms of our pricing. And at the end of the day, for us, our racing track is our most profitable part of our park, and that's because of volume. So we need to get volume through the rest of the park in order to, and it may be lower margin, but if we get volume, we get better turnover, we get better publicity, better community impact, and we will have then the returns hopefully more than what we currently get out of a couple of big events. I'm working on some strategies on how do we increase our more daily, weekly, monthly event side of things. Our corporate suites don't get used a lot. There's some great technology and nice new facilities across the way, which are difficult for us to compete with without considerable investment. However, they are an opportunity for us to use. Using the term loss leader is probably incorrect, but that sense of how do we make things sufficiently affordable that we get bums on seats, as it were, and allow people to see the facility, see the venue, get a little bit interested and excited about opportunities, and be able to then bring on over time some more events. So I think the volume game is an important one. We're looking at that for the equestrian side of things, where we're looking at currently in conversations with the Regional Pony Club Society group thing. I don't know all the ins and outs of all that, but I know that there are a whole bunch of pony clubs that are struggling with facilities and access to more higher level services, which we have and seldom get used, if we're brutally honest. And so we're looking at volume and getting people engaged, building a volunteer market similar to the car club type model, where there's a whole lot of volunteers and they make the events very successful and a lot more affordable and profitable to us. So I think so in short, we haven't lost any opportunities, but we are looking at volume game in the short term to try and get through, increase our publicity, our brand out there, and market who we are and what we have to offer in the short term.
Thank you.
Hopefully that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and apologies for missing the AGM. It's the first one I've missed for a little while. And forgive me if I'm asking stuff that my colleagues are already aware of. Real shame on the driver training centre in terms of, I'd always believed that there was potential, right, and I've been saying this for about 4 years through looking at PTE registration in terms of actually developing that along a different method. Anyhow, what's happened. Also, Mike, and I'm assuming you're referring to Kevin Hansen Yep, thank you. Because clearly Kevin's got huge experience in equestrian events. So sort of my question is, do you believe with Kevin's involvement that you'll be able to maximise returns out of equestrian events? Because it's my view and experience that actually making money out of equestrian events is extraordinarily difficult.
So short answer is yes, and I'll provide some context on that, and it picks up on one of Paul's earlier comments, and it's that kind of refocusing of the business to not just be a venue hire place, but actually being more proactive in attracting and potentially running events. And so where I think the growth in the equestrian space is going to be, it's not just about hooking in some events that they can come to Manfield and pay us a hireage fee. It's actually being quite proactive, working with them and actually providing the venue for and jointly or individually running those events. So it's quite a change in terms of the way Manfield's traditionally operated. And I think when you do that, you move a weekend event where you get a couple of days of hireage of the arena, for example, to the sponsorship, to the booking revenue, to the volume of people coming through. So that's where I think Kevin and his connections across the wider equestrian sphere, if you like, will come in really useful. And he's already brought a lot of really good contacts through. There's a lot of positive vibe about the facilities, and it's much the same as sort of the motorsport tracks around the country as well. There's some good ones and there's some okay ones. And from an equestrian space, they don't need, as an industry, they don't need 25 fantastic venues that are all vying for the same stuff. They need 3 or 4, maybe 5 across the country that are really good, and then working with those providers to actually make really good events, and then the sort of more regional stuff can tack off that. So, Manfield is well placed to be one of those sort of national top end places, and Kevin and his connections are very much in that space. So I'm positive about it, but it won't happen overnight.
No, that's great. I mean, it's great news. So just in terms of any sort of strategy to increase the occupancy and the usage of the stadium, because my understanding is that that's sort of relatively poor.
Very poor.
Okay, relatively very poor.
Yep.
I'm assuming that there is a sort of a strategy to try and increase the level of use of that facility.
Yep.
And so I guess my question also is how much of an impact does the lime floor have in terms of the flexibility that it allows you? And if you did look at something slightly different, what level of angst do you think you might get from the settlors?
So first part of that, the type of surface that we have in there is very much a limiting factor. Always has been. You've got a facility that was purpose built for indoor agricultural equestrian events, and so picking up Paul's earlier point, the grassroots focus that the car club has to bring more through, I guess, was always the intent that would happen through the other avenues, and essentially what you have is the IAMPs run their events in the facility. The challenge is to leverage that to get more, and I guess that's been an ongoing struggle. So for us, as you say, that there's not that many agricultural equestrian events that are going to make tons and tons of money on that surface, and they're certainly not coming to us at the moment. So that is a concern. Part of the work, and I mean, council, we've had this conversation around this table around that use of the facility, the type of flooring, the type of utilisation for it for different purposes. And I guess the trick from a board point of view would be, how can we look at that surface, potentially change some or all of it without creating too much angst, if you like. There's a real tight, and Councillor Ford used the term tightrope before, and it really is, because there's a perception of what was built for what purpose and what the expectation is, versus the fact that it's, you know, if you separate out the stadium as a separate business unit, which we've done, you know, there's a 6-figure loss year on year, which is essentially subsidised by, topped up by the circuit, the sponsorship, the Manawatu District Council contribution, and the like. So those are those real sort of, I suppose, harsh commercial decisions we need to make around what have we got and what's it costing us and how do we do better. And there will be, you know, I'm sure that there'll be conversations to be had with other stakeholders, which will be interesting, I'm sure. But it's not about saying we're not doing it anymore, we're doing something else. From our board and from our management point of view, it's how can we be as much as we can to as many people as possible, recognising we can't be everything to everyone. But there's a line there somewhere.
So potentially, if you could wave the magic wand and you know, flick in couple of mil, you could build a roof, no walls, something that Telford Rural Polytech did very successfully in terms of that. Very good centre actually to look at in terms of equine events, which would allow you to then, but you know, it's like anything, you've got to spend money to make money, don't you? That's challenge.
And so, sorry, Your Worship, that overlaps into a wider the sports hub type concept that's been talked about in the community and with council for some time. The master planning work that Paul hasn't touched on as yet, but it was discussed at the AGM in terms of that future use, utilisation, functionality, and it could be something along exactly those lines. You provide something else with a reasonable investment while upgrading what we've got to get a better utilisation across the park, but it's going to come with a requirement for capital funding. I imagine there'll be a conversation that council will need to be part of as part of that. I also don't see council having to be the full funder of everything. I think there's an opportunity for external funding to top up that, and the community can contribute some, and we as a trust will look to source the rest of it.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome, Hamish. Welcome, Paul. I'm sorry that I too didn't get to the AGM. I usually try and
also noted.
I usually try and get there, but perhaps my comments here today might be more appropriate for this venue than that one. So yeah, just to follow on some of the points you've highlighted when I've read the financials, which I am an accountant. to me, they tell a bit of a story and, yeah, unfortunately raise a few red flags. Number one, the haulage income, while it's encouraging, it's gone up. Your operating expenses have gone up at double the rate. So, you know, it wasn't that flash a year from an operating performance, unfortunately. And if you add back the capital grants to the 116,000 of loss you've reported, there's really about a 400,000 loss compared to 200 the year before. So it's doubled. The fact that you've highlighted and noted you've got a pretty significant working capital deficit is a major concern. And even worse, you've used up all your cash, which you've highlighted. You've got nothing left, so I don't know how you're operating anyway, with nothing to pay the bills and nothing in reserve anymore. Yeah, I do note that the district council grant that the council has been providing for a long time hasn't gone up or changed in a long time. Acknowledge that. But unfortunately, it's something that we haven't allowed for in our long-term plan, and we haven't allowed for any significant funding at all for Manfield in our long-term plans. So that's a bit of a problem for us and for you. I'll come back to that point in a minute. It is encouraging to see you've received some good capital grants, not quite as much as the year before, but you've been able to attract a large number of capital grants over the years, and that's been really beneficial for the development of the facility, and something that, you know, council, if we were running it, wouldn't be able to do. So that's been a real positive. Just going down to the balance sheet, I note the ANZ loans, some of those at a fairly high rate at 9.5%, which seems quite high. And if you compare that to the revenue you're generating, we're getting in about 2.3 million a year in gross operating revenues. So that's about 5.7% on a gross basis versus an interest rate of 9%. So we're behind the eight ball before we even start. But of most concern, as you noted, is note 16 on page 115 of our papers here of the report. And I'd insist that all councillors read that twice, because it's very rare to see a note like that in financial statements anywhere. And it's very, very concerning when there's a note there about the auditor's concerns about going concern. So that puts, in my opinion, the park on a cliff edge, really. And unfortunately, with the other stakeholders, the other settlors, the AMP and the car club, probably not being too interested in or having ability to assist in any great way, it leaves council potentially being the ambulance to the bottom of the cliff, which we don't really want to be. So I think right now, with the state of the balance sheet, it's appropriate that we, in some way, sit down with you and work out a forward strategy. And unfortunately, like I said, we haven't allowed for that in our LTP. We've got a long-term plan coming up, and it may very likely be that we've got to put something in there.
Annual plan, yeah.
In the annual plan, because you're going to need it by the look of it. Otherwise, you might not make another year. I'm sorry, try to paint a bad picture, but and the fact that you've got a job to do to help us, try and change the path, if you like. So, look, I'm not saying that everything's possible to solve and it's all over, but the park's been there for a long time. It's been very successful in what it's been able to achieve. Let's just turn the page and get it back up to speed.
Can I just thank you,
Sure.
Councillor Campbell? And I'm not going to disagree with anything that you've said. You're exactly right. One thing, I guess, in my time on the board, I haven't come back to council cap in hand, and I've been very deliberate around that. But I do appreciate and the acknowledgement of those financial concerns and the position of the park in relation to the three settlors. And you're right, the other two don't have the financial capacity that the district council has. And in their own way, they probably don't, but they benefit for their events and for their purposes as opposed to the wider community. So I'll take that on board, and I would, we would welcome a conversation along those lines. Just the other point too, in terms of the interest rates, you're correct. There is the higher interest rates on the one there, on the two of them. The amounts are actually smaller for them. We did a refocus of the Manfield Park loan book a number of years ago, and the 4.75 is where the bulk of the sort of the term debt sits. And we actually reconfigured that to secure it against the residential property that the park owns out the back, as opposed to the sort of the more floating commercial terms that had existed previously. So we've done some work in there, and as interest rates reduce, I would expect that they'll continue to come back, which will be helpful. So.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Tēnā korua, tēnā koe Paul. I also couldn't make the AGM. I was excited to come and meet you and see the man who decided to have baptism by the fire as his job. That's what your title should be called. Since the AGM, there's been a lot of conversations about obviously the financial state of Manfield Trust, Manfield Park Trust. So there's a few things here. I was nervous, Stuart, when you alluded to the fact that there's probably going to be such a high risk for this space that we would have to be the recovery, which leads me to my question. I'm very curious about the Provincial Growth Fund. What's the risk around having to return to the full amount that you've already received? That's my first question. Or is there a negotiation where you feel that we're confident that we can then allocate it to something else?
So the conversations so far, I alluded quite early on when I started. It's only been 4 months, but it feels like there's been a lot of water under the bridge. My last meeting with the Provincial Growth Fund representatives, I signalled that we are not in a financial position to be able to repay debt, and that will be difficult. The requirement for us is 50% of our profit.
Wow.
So if we make a profit, 50% of that as a trust needs to go to repayment of that. They aren't sure where the minister in particular will put a stake in the ground around this. I gather the minister is aware now because that's where all this needs to go. So to be completely honest, I don't know what the outcome will be. We will only be able to make profit and hand over money if we make a profit. And that will be difficult to do. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place in some respects, but it's going to come back to the fund to work out.
Hamish, so I can understand the nuance here. Let's just say the minister is having a bad day and he's like, you're going to repay back the debt. Where does the liability sit? With the settlers, the trust, or is MDC the heroes at the end of the day?
So if the minister, Nicola Willis, was to decide that the trust is essentially the guarantor of that. The conversations we've had, if I'm being honest, and this is with Paul and Pri, is there's a level of pragmatism there in that you can't squeeze blood out of a stone. They know it's a community charitable trust with a community focus. I think the risk of some hard-lined demand of capital repayment from any party is unlikely. It's more the terms as to how they can recover that over time.
Right.
So it will depend on how that sits in Wellington, but ultimately liability will sit with the trust. And as Paul said, if they wanted 50% of the trust profit as a contribution towards it, then that's what we'll have to work our way through.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor, just to add to that, we're currently accruing interest. So we have an annual requirement for interest payment. So we're currently accruing that. So that's a
little bit of silver lining.
But it's an additional cost in our cost structure that will be ongoing.
I'm just thinking, actually, a few months ago, some of us here, we attended the local Government New Zealand conference and we had the Prime Minister come in his address. He criticised the building that we were in, the Tākina Wellington Convention Centre, and just looking at what we've read today, this kind of feels like our version of Tākina. That if they were to come in, they would see that we're not making profit. But what was helpful was that right after the address, we had this wonderful speaker, and I think his name was John Allen. Was it John, Michael?
Yeah.
Yep, it's John Allen. And he talked about, and it's very similar to, so I'll echo some of Michael's comments, that, you know, a lot of the time these assets are more than just making sure that we make the returns, but actually have an opportunity where we bring visitors in to, you know, build our own business economy. And I guess it leads me to my next question. So what is the strategy? What is the actual plan and pivot of how you're going to market, not only to, you know, obviously bring people in, and I've heard the idea about the equestrian, but actually to protect the narrative that could potentially be leaked out to the community, which we're involved with because we're contributors.
Yep.
So what's the plan?
That's a positive story at the moment.
Love that.
Above all things, there is a silver lining in some respects. The buildings that were built with the Provincial Growth Fund are sitting there currently vacant. At the moment, I've got bookings for approximately 16 to 18 different training events that Toyota are wanting to put back into there because they've run out of training space. Had conversations with UCOL. They have run out of training and teaching space. So they have interest in using and renting the facility for mechanical and engineering type training and development. I'm in current conversations with this is reasonably in confidence, isn't it? No, public.
No, it's fully public.
meeting.
We're recorded. Got
So I'm
hundreds of people watching.
Currently in conversations with some civil construction companies who are looking at working with us in a partnership to look at civil construction training, which is very similar to the original intent of the NDTC, National Driver Training Centre, but that they will be doing that essentially as a hire and they will work through that. So I'm meeting with a number of civil construction companies, including at the racetrack on the weekend, who are going to be there. And so the opportunities for the use of that facility and for it to be leased out essentially on a pretty much full-term basis over the coming years is looking really encouraging. And that includes the development of the likes of gateway programs. So MSD are involved in some conversations as well. So again, there's some community benefit as well as some income generation for Manfield. And so I think that's an aspect that's actually looking quite positive.
Awesome. Well, that's really good. And I really appreciate the positive energy and outlook that you have to balance your chairman. That's wonderful. And I actually wish you all the best in your role. Well done.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for both being here today on behalf of the Trust with your report and being refreshingly open about what's happening. I echo Councillor Bell to walk into this in your role and what you've had to deal with in the first 4 months. Just say thank you. And I guess the message I'm hearing is that council and other partners of Manfield, we need to get into this conversation a lot more about together how do we turn this around. And I'm very confident that we will be able to do that, but it needs everybody to get on board. So thank you, particularly you, Paul. Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And we do have a recommendation on page 78. If I could have a mover and a seconder, please. Yep. Councillor Blackmore.
I move that the Manfield Park Trust annual report to 30th of June 2022 be received.
Thank you. Have a mover, seconded by Councillor Ford. Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, we need to move on to our next one. We're going back to 6.1. Sadie, come and join us up at the table. And our apologies for the delay and thank you. Thank you for waiting and apologies for the lateness in this item, but looking forward to hearing from you as the chair of our Youth Council.
Yes.
So kia ora everyone, my name is Sadie Bruce and like Helen said, I'm the chair of the Youth Council. I put together a slideshow. It was at like 10 o'clock last night, so it's not the most professional, but I'll try to keep this quick. And I know you guys want to get your food, but I do know that, but who doesn't? So I have been on the Youth Council for 4 years. This is my 4th year, the longest out of everyone so far. I'm also a swim instructor at Makino, so I'm still part of your little council clan over here. But no, I really enjoy that. But I'll actually get onto this now. If it works. What? Trying to figure out what button to push. There we go. So we first had our colour run. This was in February. So just try to find some random pictures we had online. It was a very successful event. We had a lot more people than we had anticipated. So we were all very busy, but all of us, we helped out and it made it a lot more successful. And I'd also like to thank Aidan Gray, who did our photos and video for us. But yeah, we're hoping to have it again in a couple years' time, but I'm very proud of our team for doing that. And Joey and Lara made sure we were stuck together. We were doing what we were supposed to do, and so it ran nice and smoothly. Okay, I tried to add little cool transitions just for the effect, obviously. As a youth council, we also do lots of voluntary little things as well. We don't just plan our own events. So I couldn't find a picture of the kids' rural day, so I just added Sean the sheep up there to represent that. But the picture below is the Family Fun Day that happened in March, and I was a part of that, and I have been in the past as well. So it was very fun putting our name out there and helping out, seeing everyone super happy, families coming together. It's really good. But in the past, we've also done other events too. So we also helped out with the Blue Light Disco and the Repair Cafe that opened up last year. I was also a part of that. So that was really, really cool. I loved doing that as well. In July, we had our Manawatu Youth Fest. So this happened at the Civic Centre. There were definitely a lot of learning curves from this. Like July, probably not the best time to do it. It was a little bit too cold, which is okay, but next year we'll do a lot better for that. We're still learning, and this is only like the 3rd time we've done it. So it's absolutely okay. But we had lots of different stalls. I spent all my money. So successful for them. And I bought my boyfriend a rose because, you know, men also deserve flowers. So it's okay. But we had Fielding Intermediate perform as well. So they had the little dance crew. That was super cool. They had their own routine and hip hop. So it was really cool to support them. And Fielding High School, their drama, they also performed for us. Definitely another learning curve as well. We tried to reach out to everyone. I individually emailed every single school in the region and heard back from 2. So that was a little bit unfortunate, but that's okay. It was still a really great event and mostly just supporting all the local businesses around. So it was nice to see that. And one of the stalls pretty much sold out as well. So that was really lucky for them. We also had the Festival for the Future. So 6 of us went down to Wellington. It was a very, very great event. The food, not so much. It was like all vegan. So if you're into that, that's super great. But me, no, I wanted brownies and stuff, but that's okay. But there's a picture of me at the bottom. I spoke on the Youth Council panel. So I was expecting to speak in front of hundreds of people. So I was so scared, but it was a nice little room with about 60 of us. So it was really, really cool. But they were pretty much asking questions like, what does youth mean to be a leader, like barriers to youth councils in the community and stuff like that. So we all spoke on that. And it was really cool meeting everyone. And I got a free Whanganui t-shirt. So I was like, heck yeah. So that was great. And went to lots of little workshops where you did all these different things. I think definitely we should go again in the future because you learn so many different things, lots of different leadership skills.
and listening to the guest speakers as well. The guy in the bottom in the wheelchair, I cried listening to his story. It was pretty insane. Like, he was a professional wakeboarder, got into an accident and is now a paraplegic. I think that's what it's called. But it was pretty intense, but it was honestly such a good trip. Really, really bonding. A few of us became together a lot more. And I felt sorry for Joey and Lara. They were pretty much babysitting us the whole time, but they were super amazing to come down and very fun. They're amazing, amazing people.
We have to do that with them, of course.
Yeah, obviously. And then our final event was the Young Achievers Awards. So I'm sure all of you guys are probably aware of this, most of us. So this happened just a few weeks ago, September. This is where we celebrate all the successes of our youth in the region. And I think it was a very successful event. We had Stacey, who was also at the Festival for the Future and who we all met, come, and he did an incredible job speaking to all of us. And also Sam Parkinson took these photos for us. It was really cool to support local. He's a guy from my school. So as youth council, we try to get youth to help us with that type of stuff and support their passions, because I know that's the thing that he enjoys doing. But before I go to my last slide, I'd just like to thank everyone, especially you guys in this room. Obviously, I don't know how much support you have for us, but it's honestly amazing. Helen, you've been amazing supporting us, coming to our events. Lara, taking over with Joey. You guys have done such an incredible job. I'm really grateful to know you guys. And Steph, obviously, you've been part of it with us too. The first 2 years, it has changed a lot since I first started. But I think a big thing I've learnt is that you always just start at the bottom, no matter where you come from. I was also the youngest when I first joined, so I was really shy and didn't really want to speak. But as the years go on, you build your way up, and now I'm the chair. So I think anyone can do it. If I can do it, anyone can. And another learning point has been from Joey, and although it seems very basic, we should always be grateful. But especially like running these events and having youth take photos and all that stuff for us, I think the biggest thing is like showing gratitude and like really like showing that and how much we appreciate their work, because it builds those relationships. And obviously we want those because they'll come back and do it more for us. But yeah, so I will go to my last slide, which is just a little thank you. Yeah. So thank you everyone for letting me come in and speak. I know it was a little bit unprofessional, but I think that I describe myself as that. So
No, awesome.
It's okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Sadie.
Thank you.
And we've been incredibly lucky to have had you on board for so long and for you to step up to the chair's role. So I just want to thank you too, because you've been a huge influence to the others. Next year for you, are you staying with the Youth Council?
No, I'm going to Christchurch to do primary school teaching. So I'm keeping up my little teaching thing, but I'm really, really excited. So,
Excellent.
yeah.
Well, that makes it even more special to say thank you for the contribution that you have made to our Youth Council. And we wish you all the best in your future career. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, with that, we will take a break, please, for morning tea. And if we could be back at 22. Right, let's resume our meeting. And we are on item 10.3. We're on page 118. Local water done well. And as you know, this is a topic we've been working on for some time. And today's the opportunity to bring what we currently know to the table. And in particular, the information that we have around a full regional model, and the opportunity for us as MDC to consider what we want to do with that, and also give some direction to management about where we may wish to go to, more information, etc., going forward. So hand us over to Hamish and to Shane. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. So council, as you recall, we've been quite a journey with this Three Waters as it was once known, but now local water done well. And some months ago, the Mayoral Forum committed to doing a regional study on whether it was viable for the 7 councils in the region to join together in a single regional entity around local water done well. So that work was done essentially by GHD, and some of that has been circulated in the past. So Hamish's report today brings together that look from only that regional view. So we're not discussing any other sorts of options that are available to us, although we have put in the recommendations for that potentially we could look at going forward. So I guess we'll take the report as read, Hamish. So there's a couple of highlights maybe, but what I do have to highlight though is 2 things. Firstly, in terms of the regional work being done, there's still no decision, or there's still quite a conversation around those that are in the regional discussion around governance. There's been a lot of talk. There's been a lot of at certain committee levels and councils around potentially preferences, but in no way has that yet been resolved. So we shouldn't take that as a given at all. The second one is the hui with iwi is not till next week. So that hasn't occurred yet. So iwi haven't been involved in any of the work at regional level, other than the separate conversations that each council might have had with their respective iwi in there. So, and I won't get into that, that's for them. So I just thought it worth highlighting those 2 points.
Thanks, Shane. So as we work our way through the report, we won't go through it page by page. I just draw your attention to the recommendations in terms of what we're trying to achieve today. So recommendation number 1 is your sort of key decision, if you like, in terms of the wider regional appraisal of the CCO option and what that looks like, or not. So that's a key decision. And then depending on the outcome of that, or in addition to the outcome of that, you've got 4 other options to consider. Council's able to make a decision on any one or any combination of those 4. So there's no mutually exclusive decisions here. It's essentially where are we at in terms of the first recommendation, and then depending on that, we'll look at the next 4 individually. And Your Worship, I'd look to vote on each of those individually as we go through the agenda. And I also note the item 6 there is that in doing this work today, Council still has another decision to make. We've targeted the 19th of December, which is the last council meeting of this calendar year. Depending on the decisions that are made and the work that's done, that could be earlier if there's a desire for that and the work's done. But that will be the point where council makes its formal decision as to its preferred model, which will then go through the public consultation process as required under the water services legislation, which will be in February, March of next year, with a view to that process unfolding and council making a decision following consultation, probably in May or June of next year, which then has to go to DIA in terms of our water service delivery plan, which they will then review and effectively rubber stamp, make sure it passes all of the financial sustainability thresholds. So this is today's part in a process that will continue over the next sort of 6, 7, 8, 10, 11 months. So with that, happy to take any questions, and Shane, I'll do my best.
So just adding a bit to Hamish's point, you don't have to come up with one model to go out consultation. You can come up with 1, 2 or 3. That's entirely up to you. So consultation is that. So some councils I know are going to go out with 2, but that's work that's yet to be done. So we don't have a predetermined position on whether it's 1, 2 or 3 or what it might be. We still have to do that analysis around those options. So that will come on the 19th of December, as Hamish said. So.
Thank you. Right, let's open it up for questions and comments, please. Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. So just in terms of where we're currently at, in terms of looking at the recommendations, I'm certainly supportive of 1B, 2 and 3. So I think, yep. So in terms of looking at some of the other options, and given the fact that Palmerston or City seem to have put a stake in the ground around proportionality in terms of governance representation, I guess, around either population-based or by connection-based. What I guess my question is, what is the chance of their desire for proportionality to actually become a reality, or is it actually just a no-goer?
Look, I think it's too early for that, Councillor. I think what we've seen is a subcommittee discuss it, and the information that is coming up that I've seen that's going to be presented as part of the elected member update next week, and also the hui, is still focused on one council, one representation. I think there's a lot of water to go under that bridge with representation, and I think it wouldn't be, I think we would be really premature making assumptions on what any sort of governance entity might look like for any model. I think from our perspective, what we have to do is look at the mechanics of how it will work in terms of the community benefit. That governance model and how an entity might be governed will be part of that as we go through each scenario. Yeah.
Thank you. And I guess for the work that we've done to date, we have developed the financial modelling on the full regional model. And for me, that clearly shows that it's not financially in the best interest of our ratepayers. We have read in previous reports and asked questions at every level, because they say, you know, well, there's no compelling financial reason to regionalise, but then they keep talking about all these other benefits. And to date, I haven't had any answers that would lead me to think that if it's more expensive for our ratepayers to be in a regional model, but these are the benefits to justify that, or a decision that this council might be. But to date, we have not received any information that would stack up in any way to show that being part of a full regional model would work. We don't have the full financial modelling for these other plans. Those haven't been finalised or presented. That for me, they're just purely saying the door's still open. We need to make sure we do all our homework so that when we do go out to our community, we can say we have looked at in detail financial modelling, etc. So for me, it's about what is in the best financial interests for our community. should we be in a full regional model or not? And for me, it just doesn't stack up either 10, 20 or 30 years out. Councillor Ford.
I think Mr. Wall.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you,
Hamish.
Michael. If I could, and I think to pick up your point, Your Worship, if I refer you to page 135 of your agenda, and I made reference in the report to sections 5.9 and 5.10. So section 5.10 and the purple graphs for those that printed it in colour. You'll see in there the comparisons at year 10, year 20 and year 30. And to support Mayor Helen's points just there, you'll see that the bar is below the line for each of those colours, the different shades of purple going through. Essentially, the line is the cost to the MDC ratepayer in a full regional CCO. The bar is the status quo in terms of not being part of that. So as you'll see from that, it quite clearly demonstrates that at the end of years 10, 20 and 30, the Manawatu district ratepayer, connected ratepayer, will be a net contributor, i.e. worse off under every scenario that's been presented in there.
Oh.
So that's the reference point to what you're saying. So
Thank you. Councillor Ford.
Yeah, thank you. And please bear with me, but this is a really important topic and for the future of our community, for the future of our council. So I'd like to start by actually congratulating and thanking past councils and the present council, both governance and operational, for prioritising basic infrastructure, including water, wastewater and stormwater. We're not perfect, but we're in pretty good shape, particularly compared to a lot of other councils. And where we've got some deficits, we've actually got plans to address them. So this puts us in a position of having real choices, certainly more choices than a number of other councils. So that's a really good thing. And we do have the choice of going alone that maybe some other councils don't have. I'd also like to thank the current government for restoring those choices after being told by the previous government in 2021 that we could opt into a water entity. Then it quickly changed to, well, actually, you're already in it, but you can opt out. And then very soon afterwards, well, you're all in it, and actually, no, you can't opt out. So that was a rather interesting little passage of a few months. Remember, we were all going to be an entity C, which ran from the Chatham Islands to Gisborne to Wellington to Nelson. And we would have been subsidising most other councils. I'd like to say thanks to the organisation Communities for Local Democracy, C4LD, for fighting and winning. Firstly, with a slight improvement from four entities to 10 for New Zealand, and then more importantly, actually working with all political parties so successfully that with the new government, the coalition parties pretty much adopted C4LD's policy. And I'd like to thank Mayor Helen for taking a lead role in C4LD. We know from our consultation with I think we got about 2,700 responses, that about 94% of those who responded opposed the previous government's model and valued local ownership, local accountability and local decision making. The ability to chart our own course and be in control of our own Three Waters destiny. Under Local Water Done Well, it is sensible that we check a number of models to see whether there is a significant financial advantage to our ratepayers in joining with other councils, because there are certainly some non-financial disadvantages, in my opinion. So I believe we now have enough information to see that the full regional model not only has no financial advantages for our ratepayers, there are in fact significant financial disadvantages to our ratepayers. Our ratepayers who pay the Three Water rates, so predominantly Fielding, but not solely, pay some of the highest rates in the country, largely because our council has invested well in Three Waters infrastructure. But there is no way that I could support our highly burdened ratepayers subsidising other regional ratepayers with much lower rates in many cases to help their councils get to our council's position. So I suspect that the models with involving ourselves, Palmerston, Horowhenua, Kapiti, and also the just the Manawatu Palmerston North models will be much the same, and I request that we be given the numbers as soon as possible, please. So I'm not looking to make a decision on that today, but I think that we want to deal with this as soon as we can. There are the stranded overhead situation and the fact that without Three Waters, Manawatu District Council goes from being a medium-sized council. In fact, I think we are the exact middle council in terms of size in New Zealand, to a small council. And small councils will be under much more pressure to amalgamate, and our ratepayers and residents don't want to be governed from Palmerston North. So there's no reason to prolong a decision to withdraw from the regional model if that is our decision. And I think it should be. It doesn't work for our ratepayers, it would cost them a lot more. By making a decision, we save time and money being spent on more details of how a regional entity might operate, and we're being fair to our neighbours. It's not a good thing to string them along pretending that we're still interested. We are elected to do our best for the people of Manawatu District, and the regional Three Waters model does not achieve that financially, nor is it as good in terms of direct accountability, direct decision-making, or even direct ownership. So I support the option 1B, and I'm certainly happy to prepared to move in that direction when the time's right. I think that we should keep 2 and 3 on the table and request that we are updated as soon as possible on 4 and 5, so that if there are no significant financial advantages for them, that we eliminate them at the earliest opportunity for the same reasons that we're hopefully eliminating the full regional model today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you to everyone that's spoken so far. And I would endorse all the comments made. I would be of the same view to just continue further work. Just in doing so, to me, this is really another version of Three Waters repackaged. It strips away localism from our community. And it depowers, it's a proposal to depower local government, which I'm not at all in favour of. Over the years, we've had a whole lot of services stripped away from local government, including health, education, transport, resource management, housing, social services, policing, you name it. You know, it's a pretty long list already that the things we used to do that we don't do anymore. And water is a pretty major service that we're highly involved with. I'd like to see it stay that way. There's been a number of red flags come up to me through the discussions we've had so far, but with respect to the comments being made about proportional representation, that was a major red flag and rather concerning. And the fact that if we went down this path, we'd end up with a governance structure would probably be a governance board of unelected members, unelected people, controlling, you know, a significant water or infrastructure, you know, service in the community. So, in saying that, yep, I think I basically just endorse everything that's been said. And thank you to the staff for the work you've done on this already to give us a very clear path forward. Thank you, Your Worship, for your leadership in this and your comments. Yeah, I think we've got a very clear direction. To me, there's no debate really which way forward we should go.
Thank you. Let's make sure everyone has an opportunity to have a say. Councillor Underwood.
Thank you. I've got several things. I don't know if you want me to cover them all at once.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, and maybe each time pause and see if we can get a response.
The first one with option 5, with Kapiti Coast District Council being mentioned there, I would be really cautious about involving them in anything with their coastal hazards report, declaring an inundation zone 2 kilometres from the coast, and I'm sure lots of their water infrastructure is in that region. And I heard on the radio the other day that you know, many millions of dollars is going to have to be spent as a result of their coastal hazard report. So I'm just really cautious about involving them in any group.
7.2, we talk about regulations that are going to increase the costs of supplying water. The indication there is that we don't know what those regulations are going to be yet. My impression is that at the moment we're meeting all the requirements that are have been put on us so far, except protozoa and Helcom.
Yeah, so the key thing there is that under the legislation, there's a new sort of economic regulator in addition to the environmental and sort of drinking water standard regulation. So what we know is it will be consistently more for everyone under any model, but we don't know exactly how much that will be as yet. And there's been various sort of numbers and percentages thrown around, but at this stage we know it's going to cost us a bit more, but we don't know how much more. But there's no option that will get you out of that additional cost.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering about the advantages, if any, of having a single entity CCO over retaining in-house.
That's the work we're doing now. And we're not in a position whether we should put that on. It's not up for discussion today. It's just that's the work we need to do and present to council on the 19th of December, which is one of the recommendations. We continue with that. And so we will be able to give you a full picture then.
Am I right in saying that the stranded overheads would only occur with a CCO and not with an in-house model?
Not necessarily. In-house model won't incur any stranded overheads because it's business as usual. A standalone CCO, depending on how it's structured and where it sits, also might not leave behind too many stranded overheads. An in-house CCO probably only focuses on how the water entities would be governed.
And finally, with the single council CCO, do you see any danger of us being forced to include an orphan who may not be wanted by anyone else?
Who knows? Who knows where this is all going to pan out, I think. I don't know. And I think it would be probably not right to comment because there's a lot of water to go under the bridge before we get there.
Excuse the pun.
There may be some further information in the third bill when it goes through the parliamentary process, but it would be speculation.
Yeah.
And I think just on that point, it is something that C4LD has talked direct to the minister about, is that there will potentially be orphan councils that nobody else wants, and that our recommendation was that government should be proactive and be upfront about how they intend to deal with that. So it's not a last minute surprise or whatever. We just need to be completely upfront about the reality of how some councils need to be managed with this and the impact on the other councils around them.
And also, to your worship, our submission to one of the previous select committees was that council needs to be mindful of that and potentially look to provide funding to bridge that gap. That hasn't made its way into the current model,
correct.
But we have suggested that as a way to mitigate some of those concerns.
Correct. Oh, could I just say too, at the top of page 5 in the report, end of June 2024, is that supposed to be 25?
Sorry, which section are we talking?
Top of page 5 of the Mayoral Forum report. It talks about councils will have to adopt their plan by the end of June 24, which is obviously
25.
So it's supposed to be 25. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McFadden.
Thank you, Worship. I concur with Councillor Ford, and also what you also state, Your Honour, around your recommendation. I agree with that. Second thing is I'm not interested in the governance structure because it's not going to get that far. It just doesn't stack up for our ratepayers and it's unreasonable to further burden them. Just a small point of order, Councillor Underwood. The protozoa compliance is being installed for Helcom Stanway Water Scheme right now and will be compliant early in the new year.
Thank you, Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. Firstly, Hamish, thank you for answering my email at in the late hours of last night. For everyone else, I was just keen to ensure that I understood where the monetised strategic benefits had landed in this model. My question, I suppose, is around looking at the options outlined in recommendation 2, 3 and 4 and 5, bearing in mind that we need to make a decision in just a little over a month. I'm questioning kind of the workload of putting together information about all of those models.
So some work has been done, and a lot of the work that's been done to date around the sort of the wider regional model, it's essentially a recut of that. So the timeframes that we've outlined in this report give us the time we need to be able to bring those to council. And like I said at the beginning, we've given ourselves the 19th of December as the last council meeting of the calendar year. There's 2 other council meetings before that, and we may well be able to present something sooner if we can. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Belsky.
I'm right on the same page as Councillor Ford, and I think we should continue to pursue with our centralisation. Horizons Regional Council, we know what's happening a little bit. Well, I do. Hamish knows a lot more, but what Horizons renewal of the consent for the Kimbolton wastewater. Sooner we get it all done and we're standalone, our ratepayers have borne a huge cost, especially the fielding ones, of having an efficient system, and it's certainly a standalone one for me. And I'm right with Mr. Ford. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Quigley.
Thank you. I won't be as long-winded as Michael. Oh, sorry, I won't be as long-winded as Michael. The way I see it, it's a no-brainer. It's B3 for me.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't? I think we all have. Oh, Councillor Bell. Sorry, Councillor.
It's okay. Thank you, Your Worship. I think for me, one of the things that I've been nervous about is the iwi dynamics. When there was the proposal that we would have a regional service, I immediately thought that in terms of Manawatu and our iwi dynamics, it's already has its opportunities and challenges. If we were to widen that, we're looking at over 40, 30 hapu. And for me as a Māori ward, I know that doesn't sit well looking at the capacity of my people. My fear is that Manawatu iwi leaders might not be able to sit in a strategic place, and Ruapehu, Whanganui, Rangitane, Palmerston North will then make decisions on behalf of us when already our marae are very vulnerable to flooding. We have stormwater issues around areas that we want to have papakainga. So strategically, from a Māori perspective, I don't support one either, and I echo the support that we, look at going independent. I do want to also, it's a feeling that I have that I still don't feel that I've been given enough a fuller picture to give a direction though. So whilst you're asking for where's the direction so we can save time and we're not wasting operational time, I still don't feel that this has been enough for me, just for me personally. That timing has felt really constrained. I felt I haven't been able to go back to my own people and for me to comprehend and understand and articulate this well. And I also recognise as well for you, Shane, you've raised that you are yet to embark on the conversation with iwi. I think that they would probably have a similar feeling that they don't have enough information to be able to feel that they're going to be safe in this new model. So that's just, it's not a criticism. It's just a whakaaro that I wanted to share at the table.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Perhaps make a comment on that. To me, our recommended proposal that we limit this to a Manawatu model is perfect for our iwi, in my opinion, Ngāti Kāwhata, because Manawatu district contains the whole of the Rua River, your patch, if you like. if we went with any sort of regional model, including Rangitikei, Tararua, you'd have a really limited voice. So I don't want to preempt any decision we make as making a decision on your behalf, but it's, in my opinion, it's very clear that it's by far the best option for Kāwhata.
Absolutely. Strategically, yes, very clear. Where I feel conflicted, Councillor Campbell, is that Kōwhata supported Three Waters.
Yeah.
So this is where I have to be careful. This is where I'm, really honest. If we look at the submission of Kōwhata, and Aorangi included, and Te Reo, they were all united. They believed that their representation would be better with that entity. But that's because of the relationship at the time. We've actually come a long way since that submission. So that's why I feel really conflicted. So, yeah, Shane, is it okay that when you embark on those conversations, I can at least sit in them? Because ultimately, we don't get to sit at this table. I do. But I just want to hear and feel what they feel now and if things have shifted for them.
Yep, definitely.
Thank you. And also remembering that iwi have been invited to an iwi hui next week. And I understand that a couple of our local iwi members have responded. So that opportunity is there for them to come and discuss that as well. And like Shane said, outside the financial modelling, the work around what the governance might look like, what the CCO might look like. There's just been talk, there's been no decisions made. We're still waiting for the third bill, which will obviously have some key points in it that we will have to follow or not. We don't know, so we are crystal ball gazing. So for me, and the key thing for our ratepayers, which includes iwi, is how much is this going to cost? And if we have to pay more, what are the benefits that we will receive around that? So for me, it's been around the financial modelling to date.
I just want to support that, Her Worship. And I think that further to that, like if there's any lesson we could reflect about at that time around consultation of Three Waters, I don't feel like the iwi was given the right information. They truly believed that with the entities, the larger entities, they would get greater voice, which is why, which is what their articulation, their submission was. So I feel like we have to be a little bit more, have a better position when we articulate what this really looks like. Like I'm aware that if we were to combine it in a regional, that we would then have to compete to make sure that our priorities are heard. I'm aware of that. How you articulate that is going to, make all the difference.
And I think there are, as you will well be aware, Bridget, with some councils like Whanganui, there are some complex iwi arrangements to do with settlements and the like that just make that difficult, in my view.
Extremely. It makes Kōwhata and Te Reo very, very vulnerable. The only thing that sort of gives me any ilk of security is the declaration we have on the Oroa River and how that is managed. Yep. That is the only thing.
We'll take all of that in consideration when we model up whatever options council agree to, which are the 4 that we've got in there. And just to be clear on those, there is already work underway. It's not like we're going to be starting that work on these 4 options. We've already almost completed the work on one of the options, which is the 4-council model. The 2-council model will be easy to do. It's just a decoupling basically of information we already got. And the other 2 won't be difficult either, which are this sort of in-house models. So we've got that information. It's all in our long-term plan.
And I think the other thing to give you some confidence, Councillor Bell, is that today this report is in open council meeting. So this full report is now a public document. And I would encourage iwi and our community, if they have a particular interest in this, to grab it and read it and, you know, there's lots of information. It's well written, and some of the graphs and things actually tell a picture for people that aren't interested in reading all the detail. Right, so any further discussion? Otherwise, councillor Ford.
Thank you, Your Worship. I recommend that council from 1B discontinue any further work on a full Manawatu Wanganui Regional Water Services council-controlled organisation, which includes Palmerston North City Council, Taurua District Council, Horowhenua District Council, Rangitikei District Council, Wanganui District Council, and Ruapehu District Council, and that we leave.
Let's do them one at a time.
One time.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Finish
and
it, council.
Thank you. I'm very happy to second that. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion is carried.
Your Worship, sorry, can I please abstain?
Thank you. And you want that recorded?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Right, so that gives a very clear decision around not wanting to be involved in the full regional model. So now what management is seeking is the direction of the ongoing work that they're doing into, and there's some options there, 2, 3, 4 and 5. I'm still suggesting that we take them individually because that may be different for everybody. So Councillor Ford, did you want to carry on with your?
Thank you. So just before I do, what I'm going to suggest is that we keep working on option 2 and 3, and that we actually keep working on 4 and 5 as well, but we request from our staff that they come back with a report as soon as possible, and then we worked number 6, work to that date. So if you'd like me to move that council consider the development of a water service delivery plan on the basis of an in-house standalone model, the status quo.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hadfield. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Thank you. It's carried.
I'll also move that council consider the development of a water service delivery plan on the basis of a Manawatu District Council owned single council water services council controlled organisation.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor McFadden. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Councillor Underwood, do you wish your vote to be recorded? Yes. Thank you. That motion is carried.
I'll also move that council consider the development of a water service delivery plan on the basis of a multi-council water services council controlled organisation jointly between Manawatu District Council and Palmerston North City Council.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Blackmore, thank you. Councillor Underwood.
Just a query about, is it more beneficial for us to put forward 2 models when we do a plan? It's more beneficial to show them that we've actually looked at 2.
When we consult, we're required to consult on our preferred option and the alternative or alternatives that we've considered. But we're also, the legislation talks about referencing all of the options that you've looked at and considered. So we're required as a minimum to have 1. We could go out with more, but it's got to then demonstrate that versus the other option.
I think in terms of your obligations under the Local Government Act as well, that you need to demonstrate that you have looked at options, and if you discounted options, then the reasons why, but also the reasons for leaving options in. So, you know, there is value to this process.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to reinforce the same thing, is that we have to be able to, when we go out to our ratepayers, to be honest and upfront that we have considered all of the options and gone to the same lengths as we have with the full regional model to make our decision so that they can see that we've done the homework and made our preferred option on what's best interest for our community. Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Look, I think it's clear that we have a responsibility to do that. Clearly, we've had enough information for the regional model to show that it's of no benefit to our ratepayers. Until we actually receive the report from officers around what that might look like, we're bound to leave it live so that we can consider the facts. And I think, as the Chief Executive said, we've actually got I don't believe we've got an alternative until we actually have the full information available to make a considered decision.
Councillor Belsky.
Councillor Underwood for that question and the answer that you've given, because it's made it much clearer in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a mover and a second.
One more.
Councillor Campbell.
Sorry, I just want to clarify here. We've rejected the original model. We're still wishing to consider a smaller potential model, but I'd have some reservations about that just based on the information that has come to us over the last year or so. That obviously the biggest problem or fishhook in all of this is any potential relationship with Palm Source City. So what you're telling us then is there's more work to do to clarify whether or not that there may be a potential benefit for us to partner with the city or any other near neighbour. At this stage, I'd find that very doubtful that there's any benefit.
Oh, I guess that's the work we have to do, councillor, is to explore all the avenues, just not one. So that, we look at the financial, we look at the governance, we look at how that might work. And then we look at other things like how as a CCO. This is quite different, the way this is structured around having its CCOs in this instance. Really, the councils are on a selection committee that appoint a board. And that board is what runs the CCOs, and it's a school-based board. So a little bit different. It's a kind of a CEDA model, CEDA model almost.
So we would bring that information back to council to be really clear and transparent what it looks like.
And in a standalone CCO model, you've already got one. MCT is your classic example. A water entity model would be operated exactly the same as we operate MCT.
Just be mindful of the great success of Wellington Water.
Yeah, but there's a reason why it's a great success. So,
It's a great success. That's the thing.
Well, and there's a reason why it isn't, and it's all about how things are funded. So,
thank you. And Councillor Campbell, just to go back to the earlier comments that I said, while we all may have doubt in our mind as to whether this is going to stack up, we owe it to our ratepayers to do the homework. And as Shane and Hamish have pointed out, the hard work, the number crunching and gathering all the numbers was done with the full regional model. Now it's about decoupling and keeping the options in that we want.
Okay.
Councillor Blackmore, did you? No. Okay. So, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just something to keep in mind, again, Councillor Campbell, probably adjacent because iwi perspective. There's been plenty of forums where rangitane and kouwhara and te reo work together. So from an iwi perspective, this feels safer for us because we know each other very well and we have family lineage to Kōtuiro as an example. So yeah, this works for us. Yeah.
Right, thank you. So I have a mover and a seconder for recommendation number 4. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion is carried.
I'll also move that council consider the development of a water services delivery plan on the basis of a multi-council water services council-controlled organisation jointly between Manawatu District Council, Palmerston North City Council, Horowhenua District Council and Kapiti Coast District Council.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Blackmore. Any further discussion? No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Councillor Underwood, you want your vote recorded? Thank you. The motion is carried.
And I move that council note a final decision on a preferred option for public consultation will be made at the council meeting on 19th of December 2024.
Thank you. I guess there is the option of bringing it forward if we had the information available.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Your Worship. I mean, that's a note for information. It doesn't need to be moved by way of resolution.
Thank you. Right. It is a note or earlier if.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay. I just want to thank everybody that's been involved in this discussion. It has been multiple years discussion about where we've got to, and I'm really confident that whatever decision we end up with is that we can hand on our hearts say that we have done the homework. We've been part of the joint discussions around the wider region, and that we have put information together so that we can eventually make some really good sound decisions. So I just want to thank everybody for their involvement and keep raising the questions, I think that's really important. So just want to thank Hamish and Shane for the work that and your teams are doing behind the scenes. Thank you. And the work, Hamish, that I know you've been doing on the advisory group for the wider models. Thank you for that. Right, we can move on to 10.4. We're on page 144. This is the deliberation of the submissions that we received around the gambling venues policy. Welcome, Lisa. Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy for you to introduce it, but as I read this, I'm taking that we will need to move the recommendations before we go into that discussion for deliberations.
Good morning, Your Worship and councillors. Yeah, I'm sort of proposing that we step through the recommendations individually, and I'd like to have a more detailed discussion around each of the changes requested by submitters in Appendix 3. So I've actually worked with Steph to mock up a third recommendation, which essentially steps us through each of those decisions so that we're able to record clear decisions around which changes we want to take forward into the proposed policy. So it will look a little different from the way that I originally put it forward in the report.
That's great. And so therefore those recommendations need to be dealt with first.
I would recommend that we pass recommendation 1, which is essentially to accept the report and the submissions received.
Yes.
Recommendation 2, I'm proposing that we look at the 3 options that we consulted on, so the 3 policy approaches, and make a decision around whether we proceed with our current cap of 90 machines, whether we increase that cap or shift to a sinking lid policy. And then I'm proposing that we go to new recommendation 3, where we'd work through the other changes requested by submitters one by one, and I would do a brief introduction to what that change looks like and the implications of that, and then would welcome discussion on that before decisions are reached on each.
Thank you. So they are 3 recommendations that we need to consider before we go. And so it manages receiving the information, acknowledging that we're going to discuss it, and we are going to look at each of the individual submissions and the points that they've raised and the options available to us. So so the wording is slightly different, and we have number 3 added to that. So can we go, let's do these individually. Do we have a mover and a seconder for the first recommendation? Councillor Underwood, thank you. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Hadfield. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Recommendation 2, Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, I'm happy to move that the council considers and makes decisions on the matters raised in submissions and by officers from the draft gambling venues policy, B, option 2, option 1, status quo.
Keep going. There's 3. All this is saying is that we are,
Are we going to consider the whole lot?
yes,
Yeah, I was just considering it now, to be honest.
no, this is
Right,
this
and
is
B,
setting
option
out the
2,
process.
the current gaming machine cap, and option 3, sinking rate policy.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Belsky. Any further discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. And recommendation 3. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Lisa.
Excuse me, Your Worship. We may need to add a new recommendation at the start of recommendation 3 because recommendation 2, we haven't made a decision on which policy approach we want to proceed with. So I'm recommending that we add that into recommendation 3 or insert a separate recommendation to make the decision on that matter. But I'm thinking we may want some discussion before we make that decision, potentially.
Thank you. So have you got some wording that you're suggesting we add in there?
So I think what we can do is like we've reached this one now with number 2. So essentially council's has said that it's going to consider those 3 options. I think it's appropriate now for council to have that discussion around those 3 options. And then following that, wherever you get to on those 3 options, we'll move a recommendation around adopting whatever option it is that you get to. And that'll give us some direction for following into number 3.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that. Right, Lisa.
Thank
take
you.
us through.
Sure. So figure 1 in Annex B to the report summarises the results of the public consultation, with 63% of respondents supporting the status quo option, 11% supporting an increase to the current cap, and 26% of respondents requesting a sinking lid policy. So the draft gambling venues policy that we consulted on was based on option 1, which was the status quo. And the reasons for the preference were included in the statement of proposal. And those were that the existing societies operating gaming machines are able to operate as they do currently. There is no increase to the total number of gaming machines operating in the district, and there's not expected to be any increase in adverse social impacts, including for problem gamblers. And the third reason was that gambling venues provide entertainment and contribute to the vibrancy of town centres. And the fourth, there would be no change to the amount of grant funding available to charities, community groups and sporting groups that rely on this funding. So requested change 6 in Annex C to the report evaluates option 2, being an increase to the current cap. This was requested by 4 submitters. The main benefits would be additional gaming machine proceeds that would be available for community groups to access via grants. However, the additional machines could result in additional gambling harm. And requested change 1 in Annex C to the report evaluates option 3, being a sinking lid policy. This was requested by submitter numbers 2, 3, 4, 5, 16, 25, 27, 31 and 33. And the main benefits with the sinking lid policy relate to a reduction in the number of electronic gaming machines over time, which is expected to result in reduced gambling harm. And the main concerns with the sinking lid policy relate to a reduction in the availability of grant funding for community groups. But that is something that the Problem Gambling Foundation addressed in their submission, and their argument there was that it doesn't actually make a monetary difference because the proceeds still generally go up over time per machine. So that was kind of all the information there presented in submission. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Councillor Underwood.
I just wanted to confirm that it's actually the premises that's licensed. It's not the person who runs that premises. It's the business that occupies that premises. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a corporate society that own those machines within the premises. So the corporate society gets a license essentially from the Department of Internal Affairs to run those. So they have to obtain a consent from the council for the premises or the venue to operate, and there's locational controls around where those venues can be. And then the corporate society gets a license from the Department of Internal Affairs to run those machines, essentially.
Thank you, councillor Hadfield.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. I assume I can just make a comment. So when we look at this, I believe the status quo is actually the right course of action for council to approve. And if you look at the submitter preference, where you've got 63 plus 11% who want the status quo or more, 75% of submitters are not looking for a reduction. But I think the status quo strikes a good balance in trying to manage, the issues that problem gambling can cause. In my view, it's no different in a way to regarding the way that alcohol can also cause societal issues. And so the balance for me is that actually, we've got to be careful that we don't regulate like central government do. You end up making regulations that impact a very, very small percentage of the population. So I believe the balance is pretty good here in terms of weighing up the benefit to sporting organisations that receive some funding through the grant process, and also the work that's done by the Problem Gambling Foundation, and that there are processes in place to help those that actually need a bit of help. So I think the balance is good, and I'm fully supportive of the status quo.
Thank you. But the process we're doing now is going through each of the points that submitters raised for us to look at those and be able to go back to those submitters with our the fact that we have considered those points and the council's view around those. Is that correct?
I guess the changes requested by submitters are in Annex C to the report. So I've grouped those submitters that were supporting a sinking lid policy, for example, in the pros and cons with supporting that policy approach, and similarly with those requesting an increase to the cap or to keep the current cap. So the pros and cons of each of those options are in Annex C to the report, and I'm happy to talk to those if that would be beneficial in more detail.
Okay, so because we're on page, according to me, we've just covered page 242. Is that correct? Oh,
We don't have those
well,
numbers.
you don't have those page numbers. Okay, because we don't have, it's not called Annex C.
It's a table that above the table it says changes to council's gambling venues policy requested by submitters.
Correct.
And then requested change 1 is that council adopts option 3, a sinking lid policy. And then I've noted which submitters requested that change, essentially what the effect of that change would be, and then how we would give effect to that in the policy if that was something that was supported, and then the benefits and costs associated with that option. And then the option to increase the cap is option 6 in that table, a couple of pages on, which is the increase to the current cap.
246.
Yeah. And then the status quo option is not a requested change, so it's not really detailed in the same way, but it is summarised in under the key themes and submissions, which is Annex B in my report, which says a graph first around the submitter preference for policy approach, and then below that are key themes raised in submissions. And I've grouped those firstly by those that are in favour of maintaining the status quo. So in there I've sort of summarised those the feedback that sort of says, look, the first one is that the current policy cap is a balanced approach and working well. So kind of summarise the points people have made there. And the second point being that non-profit organisations rely on grants, and that pokie machines bring problem gamblers out into the open and away from online gambling. The next was that there's constructive ways to support problem gamblers and reduce gambling harm, and the next part is with the CAP, NZCT is able to continue working with MDC. So those were the main sort of submission points in favour of the status quo. They're just grouped in the table rather than as a requested change.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, councillor Belsky.
Yeah, interesting decisions coming up. I know that more submitters voted for the status quo, but it was an interesting submission from an ex-manager on how he saw the lower income people lead to it. And he wanted the sinking lid, which to me it sits with me, but I'm not. Have we got a vested interest? Because I see in the accounts of Manfield that they got funding from this gambling venture. So is there a conflict of interest here, or?
No, there's no conflict at all.
I just wanted to clear that up, but because it says as venues close and gaming machines expenditure reduces, the availability of grant funding for communities will also reduce. So personally, I'm for a sinking lid, but listening to most of the submitters, they want the status quo. So I'm sort of in a rock.
Thank you. So, councillor Bell.
Sorry, Lisa, I'm still getting confused about sort of this process, but I recognise and just want to acknowledge the immense work that you and the team have done to give us, I guess, you know, a summary and a detailed one at that of what our submitters want from us. There were definitely people missing from these conversations, and I just want to acknowledge that it is not at fault at council, but rather the fatigue timing. The people that impacted us the most weren't part of the process of the submissions, and I'm looking at my Māori community here in Manawatu. Taking back to our deliberations, councillors, I want us to reflect upon the question that I asked, which was to, I think it was Andre, on Ministry of Health data, what was the impact for Māori intervention here in Manawatu? And she said that she'd get back to me, and she's given me the data. And I'm saddened to see that I have 61 Māori in this district that had to receive medical support because of gambling, and to see that there's 4,000 across the country in this year alone that have had to intervention. So when I hear comments like Councillor Hadfield saying that the impact is small, it isn't for my community. It is massive. The cost lies with my own, which is why I couldn't support anything other than a sliding lid today, because anything else, voting for any other recommendation, is a direct harm and assault to my own people. So sinking lid is the only thing that I will consider. But something I do want to share with my colleagues is this. This town here, we were lucky enough to be put on the map through the Whare Tapawhā, which is a health model that Sir Mason Jury has given to the world, not just our country. At the moment, his daughter is going around 6 other countries implementing that same model. That Whare Tapawhā is about the health of family, body, mind and spirit. Why are we not creating policies that are reflective of that? That is a proud marker here of Manawatu and Fielding. And that is why the sliding lid is, you know, reflective of that. It still doesn't actually manage the harm that's there. Like, I would, you know, prefer it not to even exist, but at least it's one step forward. So if we can just remember something, Whare Tapawhā is not only national, it is global. It's a proud health model that comes from here. It's the dreams and aspirations. If you look at the Kōwhata Strategic Plan, if you look at Te Reoreo's Moi Moia, which is a dream plan, none of that has gambling in it. That is not any of the goals of our people. So I'm just going to leave that on the table for the first time ever. Councillor Belsky, I agree with you. Amazing. Amazing.
Thank you. Councillor Blackmore.
Kia ora, Bridget, thank you. Look, I too support changing the policy to a sinking lid policy. I found the evidence presented to us around harm, particularly harm to children, caused by this type of gambling activity compelling. And I do not consider that funding of community groups and sports clubs to be sufficient justification to continue with this activity, which ultimately impacts those who are most vulnerable in our community. Society will find a better way to fund those groups as they have in the past. In reality, a sinking lid will not reduce the funds available from gambling with any urgency. So the clubs who receive it now will not have it turned off tomorrow. In fact, it will take many years or perhaps generations for that to actually happen. But it is my view that we should start now.
Thank you. Councillor Underwood.
I remember one of the submitters was from a sports club and talked about he had a girls' softball team, I think, and that they got a grant for uniforms for that team from the gambling, whatever it's called, sorry. And my immediate thought was one of the parents of those girls could have funded the whole team. We don't know. You know, one of the parents could have been a problem gambler who had lost a lot of money and ended up funding the uniforms for the whole team, but no one would know that. And that's the kind of thing that goes on behind the scenes. I personally have a moral objection to this kind of gambling, well, all gambling really, but especially this type of gambling, and I would like to abstain from any vote.
Thank you. Councillor Ford.
Yeah, thank you. It's certainly a difficult thing. I don't disagree with councillors Bill, Blackmore, Underwood and Belsky. Gambling causes a lot of harm. It's quite interesting to see, the different organisations that supported different options. You know, we've got Youthline supported increasing the cap. I found that particularly interesting. So did the Special Olympics and Parafed. And in terms of the status quo, we had the Samaritans, we had the Hospice, Manchester House, Fielding and District Promotion. Now, I guess against the harm side of it, if these machines were removed or we had a sinking lid, gamblers have got lots of other options, and I don't really think we're solving the problem by reducing the numbers. It is a problem. I'm not suggesting it's not, but they also provide a lot of funds for various organisations, and until such time as can be demonstrated that funding would be replaced from another source, I think on balance, I'll probably vote for the status quo.
Your Worship, can I just point out that the purpose of today is deliberations, and contrary to what I might have said before, we actually won't be asking you to move and adopt a specific what we'll be asking you to do is give us the direction so that we can go away, and then in 2 weeks' time we will bring back the completed policy based around your deliberations for adoption. So you don't need to be too formal about moving and seconding today around this. What we need is consensus on where we go and what option Lisa has to put in the policy that we bring back for adoption.
Thank you. Councillor Belsky.
As I said before, I was sort of a rock and a hard place between which and which, but sure, they will go gamble somewhere else, or could do, but they have all the bells and whistles in front of them, lights flash, they have all this that builds on their emotions, whereas golden Tiwi tickets and stuff are there. There's no sort of emotions, and it just draws out every cent that they've got when they sit in front of it. So I would definitely vote against. I would vote for a sinking lid policy.
Thank you, Councillor Belsky. As our CEs pointed out, we're not being asked today. Yep.
What is the reflection of all of us?
Yep. So what what management is seeking today is what direction on amendments to the policy are we seeking, if any? And there's, you've put the key ones up there. Is it worth taking us through each of those to get a feel of whether that's where we want to go?
But I think, from what I've heard, you've debated options 1 and 3. And so I think it's a good idea to get an indication around the table who supports what. We do need to have a direction from deliberations. You do have to come to a decision that we can use to go away and formulate the policy. So otherwise, we'll do it all again in 2 weeks' time, and we'll have to then redo the policy again. So 2 weeks' time is about adoption. Today's the day to have those hard deliberations and to make the decision on where you want to go.
Okay, so, but you're asking us to consider these specific amendments?
Your Worship, yes, if we could make firstly a direction on which of the 3 options is the preferred, and then I'd like to take you through each of those that are listed up above to get again a bit of a direction on which other changes we're supporting, if any, so that I can bring those into the policy for the next meeting.
Can you go, Steph, please, up to the recommendation 3?
I'll give Steph a recommendation. So what I'm suggesting is that we just have a recommendation that says, having received and considered submissions on the total number of gambling machines permitted within the district, council supports option, and that will be enough for us to have a vote on that, and then that'll be enough for us to take it away and put it in the policy.
So can we go back to the recommendation that spelt out the 3 options? Yeah, those ones there. So what you're asking us is to give you some direction about, you don't want a decision, about which of those options that we would like you to come back with the amendments in our policy to reflect. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm just not clear what we're doing. 1 minute we're voting, the next minute we're not. I don't really understand.
What you're not doing is adopting. What you're doing is supporting an option so that we can go away and put it into a document that you will adopt. So I need to get an idea, or Lisa needs to get it from you, what option of those 3 that you support us putting in the document that you will adopt in 2 weeks' time.
It's 1 and 3.
So my thought was, given the discussion I heard, someone's going to have to say, we support option 1, and then you'll have to have a vote on that.
Okay.
Or option 2, or option 3, whatever council wants
So
to.
can you go
Well,
back to the options? Right, A, B or C?
So it's either 1 or 2, or 2 or 3. So
Yeah.
I'll leave that
I'm
with
going to crack out if I can, Worship, and say go to option 1.
Right, so option 1 is the status quo capped at 90 machines. So those who support option 1. Against?
Well, no. Yeah. So just we just need to get to an option. to put into.
Yeah, sorry. Yep. So we've got 4 there. Right, B.
Excuse me.
Increasing the cap. Those in favour? None. And C is option 3, a sinking lid policy. Who would support that? It's 4 all. Okay. Not using the casting votes.
Please put your hands up for option 1.
I
abstain. Oh, that's right. That's where I'm at.
Okay.
Right, so now do we set up a public token and let them know?
Yeah. So I'll give you 10 minutes. We do need a direction.
Okay, so is there anybody on either side of option 1 and 3 that would like to make some more points that may help people that haven't spoken around their decision, or highlight some points that have already been made for consideration? Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, look, thanks, Your Worship. Look, I understand the points that councillor Blackmore made. And in terms of the comment that councillor Bell made when the comments I made, and I think I need to correct slightly how you may have interpreted that. When I said it was small, I was referencing that to actually we should be careful about enacting legislation or bylaws that impact a small number of people in the broad scheme of societal numbers. That's the point I was making. I didn't necessarily infer that it was a small number per se, but understanding what councillor Blackmore has said in terms of how long it might take to affect a sinking lid policy, I still go back to the point that I make around the fact that one, whatever we do, whether we drink alcohol, whether we drive cars, whether we gamble, there's always an element of risk, and there's always an element that people will be impacted, and they are often for medical reasons, and I understand that. People that have issues with alcohol, there are medical interventions and there are support groups. People that have problem with gambling, there are medical interventions and support groups that can enable that to be assisted. But if we look at gambling as a whole, goodness me, I'd hate to think how much money crossed the border at the Melbourne Cup, for instance. So whilst machines do have an impact, equal number of people gamble online. Equal number of people, or probably a greater number of people, go to the TAB and flick stuff across the counter all the time. And all I'm saying is that I believe that the status quo has got a good societal balance and allowing those that enjoy gambling responsibly to do so versus the number of people that have an issue and have a problem. So I guess that's my view, is that the balance around the status quo, and whatever we do, we're always going to have, incidents, or we're going to have, people that are impacted. And I get that and I understand that. And so long as and that's a community issue, it's a family issue. So long as the help, like the gambling help people can actually do what they need to do to help people do, I guess I'm just, aware that we shouldn't place too many restrictions on people that actually do stuff responsibly in our community. And that's my main reason for supporting the status quo.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. I take those points, Councillor Hadfield, but to me, this is the policy we're dealing with today. Like Councillor Bell, I reached out to Andre after our hearings to have more information, to ask for more information about the harm to children. And she shared some things with me, which I could forward to everyone, but just some statistics. This is based on a study of problem gamblers, family members versus a control group. So children of problem gamblers are more likely to have alcohol disorders, 31% to 4% of the general population, major depression, 19% to 7%, alcohol use disorders, 5% to 2%, antisocial personality disorder, 5% to 0%, generalized anxiety disorder, 8% to 0%, any psychiatric disorder, 60% to 11%. And so those are statistics that, for me, mean I can't support anything else but a sinking lid.
Councillor Bell.
Firstly, Councillor Hadfield, thank you for clarifying the comment about small impact. I think I just want to touch on when I mentioned the data that Andrea had given about 61 Māori, interventions here in Manawatu. I don't see that as a independent, isolated data. So I see 61 whānau. When she also has, forwarded a fact sheet about the association and the harm that it causes women, that was alarming for me too. I think it's really important, and it's sort of something that, you know, we've seen in local government in different spaces, whether it's Yem, Te Manawatu, again, reflecting back to my local iwi here, we are strongly believers in mokopuna decisions. They are more of a priority than the needs of now. So when I hear things like Manawatu Sport League received $700,000 over an 8-year period at the cost of gambling, it doesn't reassure me. It still doesn't fit into the dream that we have about mokopuna decisions and making sure that our younger generation, and like, you know, Councillor Blackmore has beautifully articulated today, that they are kept safe. And anything that we can do in our power as local government, we should, to support the dreams that we have and making sure they're brought up in a really safe environment. The Māori statistics are too high for me to ignore. They are so high. It's so disproportionate. When I look across, even just having a look at the statistics for the Asian community, the Pacifica community, again, thinking of them, it's really, really high. So I feel that this policy is going to probably divide our governance when the decision happens. But what I will urge our team to do, which something hasn't been raised and it wasn't in the submissions, is we look at the benefit, the cost and the benefit for our sporting groups and charities. We have never explored the cost of the recovery of gambling. So the cost of, you know, all the health resources that need to go into all the interventions, there's no data that's given to us about that cost. And that lies with taxpayers. So either way, it's a hot mess. So the other thing I'd probably want to ask the officers, if we have time as well, is actually looking at other councils that have implemented the sinking policy. I know Far North District Council is one. Where I'm curious to hear, because it's a hot topic across where all the other councils sit in that space, and how many have supported it and how many haven't.
Through your worship, there is some statistics, and I think it's the Problem Gambling Foundation submission. I think it's 55% of councils have implemented a sinking lid policy, and I've had some conversations with some other councils around the effectiveness of sinking lid policies. There was some information sort of flying around our emails in the various sort of council groups that we have for, and yeah, I do have some data from. There was a request that went out from a policy person in Hauraki District Council, and she's forwarded me on some information on those. So, for example, Wellington had a sinking lid policy implemented around 2020. There has been a continual gradual decrease in the number of venues and machines, but the nominal funding has remained at similar or even increased levels because the amount of money spent per machine has continued to go up. So although they've had a decrease in the numbers, no decrease in funding as of yet. And yeah, I have a few others too. I'll just have to.
Sorry, Lisa, would you better circulate that to our whole team? And I'm just, keep in mind, we've got 2 councillors that are away today that will be at the table probably the next meeting when we make the decision. If there's something that I can encourage to my colleagues for this policy, it's quite a, you know, I think it's quite has a sensitivity to it. I would just really urge all of us who are participating in the vote, not those who are abstaining, to actually have a context of why you voted the way you voted. Like, I'm very curious to those that are adjacent to me in the vote. So, you know, and with the other 2 councillors come back, if we can all have, and that might help us all understand where we sit. I think it's, you know, we have a responsibility to actually have context and to the decision that we make.
Councillor Ford.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this council has kind of achieved a sinking lid policy. We used to have more machines. Lisa, can you remind me how many there used to be?
100, yeah. 106, I was going to say.
Yeah.
I could bring that up in the previous workshop if you just give me a few minutes, but I've heard figures of 110, 106. I think it,
I think it was more, but anyway,
yeah.
I mean, just there has been a reduction. The other thing is, which is really unusual for me, I'm going to come out with the percentages of on the submissions. I think there were 35 submissions. 74% either were in favour of the status quo or the increase in the cap, and 26 wanted the sinking lid. So not huge numbers. That's probably 26 and 9, but I think it's fair to include the increase, the ones wanting an increased cap with the status quo when we're considering this. That's certainly not my full reason for indicating that I'm in favour of the status quo, but it is still a statistic that we can't ignore.
Councillor Campbell.
I voted for the sinking lid based on Councillor Blackmore's comment around the evidence that was presented to us, which on the basis of the evidence, the sinking lid is the appropriate option. However, I'm mindful of the submissions received and the council vote 4-4. If I can provide any direction to your worship, it might be the rule that's generally applied in the British House of Commons, which is when a tie arises, the casting vote should be against the motion, declaring any decision must be approved by the majority. So that would apply, also then apply to the submissions received, as mentioned, 63% supporting the status quo. So if there's any doubt, the status quo should apply. That's the rule of the British House of Commons. It's not the rule that applies in any other committee, but it's a guideline for making a decision. If that's any help, your worship.
Except we're not UK.
We're not, but just I can also add in the New Zealand Parliament, there is no casting vote.
Yeah, that's correct.
The Speaker is a member of the House and has one vote.
But we do in our standing orders.
Yeah, so I was going to say, just referring back to our standing orders, is that the Mayor has a casting vote when it comes to a council meeting.
Councillor Belsky.
In this case, we've got the two decisions. Obviously, the centre one, the centre one was completely out. So would you have, okay, you're getting a feedback here, but wouldn't you have both those options that we are discussing now, 1 and 3? Wouldn't that be in the next?
No, staff are looking for a steer
Yeah.
so they can get the wording in the policy to fit the steer. You can't put wording in the policy for both of those. They're quite different.
Yeah, I
So
just
we
thought
need
that-
it, if we're going to have a policy on our table to adopt, they need a steer which way.
I just add that in my case too, the rugby league club in Auckland that will not receive any money from this gambling, because when they go to pick their young fellas up, it's just a disaster. So I completely relate to Councillor Bell in the reflecting to it does affect Maori quite serious.
Councillor Underwood, Blackmore, sorry.
Thank you. I had it when I was first reviewing the submissions. What stood out to me in a lot of the people submitters who were supporting the status quo is that they receive funding through this mechanism. And so something I pondered in my mind was a conflict of interest, much like we might have around the table when we are considering things. We have a councillor who stepped away for that purpose. So whilst I too have looked at the percentages and seen stronger community support for maintaining the status quo, I kind of considered all of that with a grain of salt and understanding the context of those submissions.
Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Look, where we've got to here is following Councillor Campbell's erudite explanation of democracy, how it works in the United Kingdom and other places. I guess I'm just going to ask Councillor Campbell, is he prepared to shift his chair from option 3 to option 1? Because if he does that, clearly we've got a situation that actually does give an indication to officers.
Councillor Underwood.
I suppose I can put an end to this, but I understand what Councillor Ford said was about the majority when it went out for submissions, and I fully believe that we should then honour what the majority say, and I've had that position, and that is why I have abstained, because I didn't want to vote with that majority. However, now that Councillor Blackmore has also pointed out that there is a conflict of interest in a lot of those people in their submissions, they were benefiting from this gambling policy. And so if we want to move on, I would add my vote to option 3, if it would be helpful.
Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, well, look, I understand where Councillor Underwood's coming from, but to be fair, we must not confuse ourselves in terms of those people that have actually made a submission. They haven't made that submission personally. They've actually made that mostly on behalf of organisations and community groups. So I think we need to be absolutely clear that for the majority of those people that actually support it, or a lot of them, that they are doing so on behalf of community groups.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
You know, respectfully, can I just add something? Who in their right mind who receives a lot of money is going to come in here and ask for a sinking lid policy? Of course, they're going to fight and champion to make sure they keep the money. So the submissions were not balanced about, you know, looking at what the potential harm could be. I completely agree with Councillor Blackmore that there was massive conflicts of interest. It's just, I think, you know, this is where we're probably all going to agree to disagree. We all have very strong views on either side, but I'm not interested in trying to compete with Councillor Hadfield for Councillor Campbell to stay or no on option 3. I am surprisingly curious about my neighbour who hasn't given a summary of, you know, what his views are. I'd love to hear them, Councillor Quigley, whenever you want to.
Can I just before Councillor Quigley speaks, just in response to what you said, but with the information that we received during submissions and the information that's been that Lisa explained to us, is where there has been a sinking lid policy, it hasn't changed the amount of money that is being gambled. They just go to somewhere else to do it and spend more at less machines. Lisa.
Just on that point, I guess the main, with the sinking lid policy, if one of the corporate societies that operates machines, if that venue was to close and there were no other venues from the same corporate society, then the grants in our district from that particular corporate society wouldn't be available anymore. So like we're at the moment, I think 3 of our venues are NZCT, 1 is Trillion Trust, and and so say the venue that's the Trillion Trust, if that closed, then the Trillion Trust grants wouldn't be available. So that would be with the sinking lid, it kind of depends which venue closes as well as to what the implications would be. But yeah, I think in terms of the actual amount of money available from those trusts that continue to operate in the district, the indication is it doesn't really change. But there is another example that I've received from another council where the sinking lid has actually that the amount of grants has gone down, but then they're saying that could be COVID related. So it's hard to exactly, allay it to one thing. yeah, I'm not trying to, I guess, steer in any one particular direction. I'm just making sure that you have all the information
correct.
available.
Yeah, I understand that. Councillor Quigley.
Thank you. Just what you said about the people will find, if people have got a gambling habit or any habit, they'll find some way to fulfill it. And if you take away their machines, they'll go somewhere that's got machines. And you just said that the take per machine was up. What I heard? So it's not going to make a scrap of difference, Bridget. We can play God here today, but it's not actually going to make a difference.
Councillor Blackmore.
Just to point out that the intention of a sinking lid as a control mechanism is not to reduce the number over time, it's to eventually get to zero. And in that time, society can find a better way to fund those clubs and organisations. So take the point about it doesn't have an effect in the short term, but in the long term it will.
Councillor Campbell.
One more point, I'd liken it a little bit to like the sale of fireworks. It used to be readily available. You could buy them in every second shop. Dairies used to sell them. And they've been controlled over the years. The use is still there. People still buy fireworks, but they are better controlled, and the misuse of them is improved over time. I mean, it's not quite comparable, but a similar sort of thing. You know, we're looking to minimise them over time. And I think I'll stick with the sinking lid policy.
Councillor Hadfield.
Well, I think, you know, this is probably the most drawn out stalemate we've had in a little while, to be fair. And of course, the dynamic changes at the next meeting when councillors Short and Quarry return. So whatever we indicate here today, actually, there's no guarantee that officers will go away and do a whole lot of work on something that actually then may not pass. So all I'm going to say, and then I think I've had enough, is the fact that actually the safest option, I believe, apart from the fact that I've already, I think, articulated my view, the safest option is the status quo in terms of the work and the potential, or the potential for the work that officers do to actually come to naught.
Yeah, and this is just one part of the policy. So we got a little way to go yet. But you're right. This is just saying that out of the deliberations, you support this option and it will go into the policy. There is another opportunity when the policy comes up for adoption for that paragraph to be debated. And like you say, there'll be another couple of councillors here. So if at that time you want to change your view, then you're entitled to do that.
There'll be 2 councillors away next time too at Zone 3.
Who's the 2?
Myself and Steve.
Oh, next.
Oh, no, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. It won't be. It will be Councillor Ford and Councillor Campbell at Rural and Provincial on the 22nd.
We'll have a punch up in the car on the way down.
Right, so can we sort of get to a stage where we can get like halfway through the day?
So you're suggesting that you will go away with the status quo?
No, I'm suggesting that, I don't know where you've got to around the table, let's have a look. But if it's still tied, we'll go away, put status quo in there, and then it can be debated again up for deliberations when you.
Right, so let's have another hands up. Option 1, hands up. So, Councillor Campbell.
I think we need a motion on the table, don't we? One or the other. A motion should be, having received the submissions, council supports one or the other, and then we vote on it.
Yep, that's the way to go. But then the mayor's got to have a casting vote if it's tied.
Well, potentially.
But all that does is put an option into the policy. It's not adopting the final outcome. It's just a step that from deliberations, you have agreed on this, and this is where it will go into the policy. Because there's a sorry, why are we? Well, you don't usually write a policy that's got a bob each way. You usually have a preferred option in a policy, and then it's either, yeah. So how would you implement a policy that fixes at a cap of 90, but then in the next paragraph says we're going to do sinking lip?
My understanding is you were seeking direction, but
Well-
because we've got to the stalemate, it's now a motion.
We also have to work within the legislation, and legislation requires us to have this particular paragraph. Now, you can cap at 90. I haven't talked to Lisa yet about whether it's possible to have a cap of 90, but the trouble is if you have a sinking lid, then as soon as someone closes down, how do you enforce the sinking lid when you've still got a cap that allows someone to come up to 90? You can't have it. It's totally opposing. Hence is why you need that preferred option.
I'm just happy to move, Your Worship.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for option 1, which is the status quo? Councillor Ford. Thank you. Right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Kerry. Against? Everybody else?
Leave your hands up.
Leave your hand up. It's 5.
Okay, so that's quite.
Thank you.
Right, so technically now though, you need to have a motion that adopts option 3, because at the moment, all you've done is discard option 1. There's still the
Yes.
other 2 options that sit
Correct.
within the previous consideration.
So it's exactly the same, but with option 3. Moved by councillor Bell. Seconded by councillor Blackmore. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against?
Wish my vote against recorded.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Right, that's one part of it.
Do you want to have a break for lunch?
What is the next part of what we need to do?
We need to go through those ones in 3, which are the various points raised through submissions.
Yeah, so we're still wanting to look at venue relocations, venue mergers, and a couple that one is around that licenses for gaming machines be only issued to liquor licensed premises, and then the last one is about advocating on behalf of advocating to central government on behalf of a couple of matters. I think the last 2 will be quite quick, but there is the thing around mergers is quite complicated, so that may take a little bit of time.
Okay. So on that basis, let's adjourn our meeting. And please
this council meeting. So the first is in their recommendation 4A, which is that council delete the relocation provisions in the gambling venues policy. This is requested change 2 in the table attached to my report. So essentially, if the relocation provisions are deleted from the policy, any existing Class 4 venue could not relocate to another site under the current consent conditions. So they would have to reapply for a new consent, and under the policy, they would be limited to 9 gaming machines, unless the minister permits more. So they can apply to get more. But if we do keep the sinking lid policy, as was agreed this morning, as the approach, then they would not be allowed to re-establish within the district. So if we adopted a sinking lid, then we would not adopt a relocation provision.
Councillor Underwood.
So that was what I was meaning this morning with my question about the venue having the licence. So if it was someone wanted to move because their venue was too small and their business was growing, or if they had earthquake restriction, became an earthquake thingy building, they would no longer be able to operate if they moved. I mean, they'd be able to operate, but not have any machines.
Yeah, that is my understanding, is that the consent is to the venue. So if the venue moves, then they need a new consent. And if our policy says we will not consent any new venue, then essentially they would not be able to reopen somewhere else.
With machines, they could open with whatever their other business was.
They could potentially merge with another existing business if we had a merger provision within the policy, but in terms of re-establishing within the district, if we have a sinking lid, they wouldn't be able to do that.
So if council was going down the sinking lid process, which at the moment we are, that would support a sinking lid, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking it could potentially be possible to allow an exemption for existing, if they're moving, but in most cases, from what I've seen, where a council adopts a sinking lid, they also don't have a relocation provision.
Okay.
Because the two kind of go hand in hand. It would be hard to allow relocations while keeping a sinking lid, potentially.
Councillor Campbell.
I see them as slightly two different issues, because it's simply not fair if a venue has a fire or disaster event to not allow them to relocate. Now, I fully support about defining where they're able to relocate to, but and I don't think it. While I supported the sinking lid policy, I don't support the not being able to relocate.
Councillor Hebfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I was going to raise the same question, Councillor Campbell, and it almost seems like it would be grossly unfair if, say, a venue with 18 machines burnt down, and then they had to build, relocate, or do whatever. They can't actually take 18 machines with them. Is that what you're effectively saying?
Yep.
Because
They have to reapply.
Yeah.
So where does the 9 come in?
Oh, yeah, under sinking lid.
Yeah, so the 9 comes in because our policy at the moment talks about, and it's in the Act as well, around the date that you apply for the licence, essentially. So if it was pre-2001, you could have up to 18, but post-2001, it's only 9, but they can apply to the minister to get 18. So they could boost it up to 18 through an application to the minister.
So to stop us having a Clayton's policy, which would be a sinking lid policy that isn't sinking lid, how do we inculcate an exemption to cover specific situations like, say, somebody being burnt down? Because actually, that would be grossly unfair.
Well, you wouldn't have a relocation provision. So
No.
That would mean that a venue could relocate within the district, provided it met the other criteria in the policy. So that's the separation distances from schools and all that sort of thing. And it would keep the same amount of machines. It just would apply for. So it just means that if it, for instance, it needs to move, it needs to go across the road, then it just applies for a new license for a venue across the road, and everything stays the same. So you wouldn't have a relocation provision.
And that's really what the question's asking.
Yep.
Do you want to delete that provision?
Councillor Bell.
Keep in mind, I still strongly sit where I sit, Councillor Hadfield, but there is an exception. So Palmerston North, they approved a soft sinking lid policy, and they've got exceptional circumstances on their relocation. For your interest, section 4, page 3 for you, Lisa. Have a look at it.
Yep. So if the steer today is that we do want to keep the relocation provision, then I would look at different options for wording for how we would provide that, and then we would agree, what exemptions would apply, and what we would support in that space.
Yeah, I just didn't want the narrative to go out that sinking lid, that there aren't councils that have, looked at still compromising between a sinking lid policy and having, but I just want to clearly articulate here, they've got exceptional circumstances. So there's a high bar as to what would, approve a relocation.
So just to test the water, sounds like we would say that the relocation provisions would stay in. Councillor Campbell.
The current wording says that machines are able to be relocated, and that's exactly what's happened when a venue in Fielding closed. They moved to Rangitia. So I think my understanding of what we're talking about is not allowing that to happen, but just simply allowing what Bridget, Councillor Bell's said, if there's an existing business is able to relocate for whatever reason, subject to an emergency event.
There's a couple of parts to this. Yeah. Okay. Do you get our drift on that one? Or good. Okay. Let's move on. The venue relocations are limited to defined areas.
Yeah, so this was requested change 3 in the table. So the National Public Health Service wanted the policy to limit relocations to defined areas, such as based on deprivation, which is consistent with Section 102(5)(b) of the Gambling Act, which states that whenever a territorial authority is considering whether to include a relocation policy in its Class 4 venue policy, it must consider the social impact of gambling in high deprivation communities within its district. We did consider the impact on high deprivation communities through our social impact assessment that informed our policy prior to notification. This change would give council greater control over where Class 4 venues could relocate to. But if we based it on deprivation, that would potentially have the unintended consequence of forcing Class 4 venues to locate outside of the Fielding CBD, because that is a high deprivation index. So the gambling venues policy as drafted requires relocated venues to meet the location requirements of the policy, which include zoning requirements, separation distances from schools, early childhood centres, after-school facilities, kindergartens and places of worship, and ensures that machines are not visible from outside of the premises. So there are those existing controls in the policy that apply to relocates. So this change here would be, essentially adding deprivation to that list of controls.
But I don't understand why. I don't understand why is our CBD listed as high deprivation?
It's based on households. So there's very little housing within the Fielding CBD, and the housing that is there is a mix of apartments. Gina's in the room. She did a lot of this research for me and can probably elaborate, but I can go back to the notes unless Gina, did you want to?
Find that a lot of smaller town CBDs are the high deprivation area, and it is to do with temporary housing and that sort of stuff being more likely to be relocated in a CBD area, as well as industrial land also included within that area. So,
Like the Denby Hotel.
yeah.
So are you saying that the Drovers and the Denby are not in the CBD?
Sort of got existing use rights.
Barrels, yeah.
So on that basis, I can't support using their definition of deprivation area because I believe I agree with the principle of what they're trying to achieve, keep them away from schools and kindies and things like that. But actually, I think the CBD is the most appropriate place for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, so the deprivation area is the problem.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, so on that basis, we wouldn't support, relocations being limited to defined areas based on deprivation, but we would support retaining all of our other controls that are in the policy around where new venues can locate.
I have a question then. Where is our deprivation area then for Manawatu? If it's not the CBD, where is it?
What, the Manawatu?
So the most vulnerable area for gambling is literally the CBD, like the CBD of Fielding.
Well, the deprivation index is not just an index for gambling harm, it's a lot of different social factors that are included.
It's because there's nobody lives there.
You know, if we look at the bachelor flats, and there's a few flats above commercial premises, hardly any. They will be low deprivation, there's no doubt about that, but would you rather have your gambling thing up in Andrew Street or McCorkindale Street? Would that be better? Or I'm saying the most appropriate place is the CBD, despite the fact that it might have a high deprivation rating. But I don't think when they come up with deprivation ratings, it's got nothing to do with gambling. It's just a. So I think Lisa's got it covered with all the other protections, so that we're not going to have them next to schools or kindies or whatever.
Yeah, there's the zoning as well, which limits it to certain zones within the district, which is essentially the business zones.
Yeah, you can't have.
So you can't
these
locate in
residential zones.
So we're already covered there.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's quite good protections around where they can go.
Councillor Campbell.
One more point. I'm not sure if it mentions the current policy about restricting licenses to liquor permitted premises. Is that the case currently?
That's down here, number E.
We're talking about that further on.
Oh, you are?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's coming up. Yeah.
Okay, so we move on.
Yep. I'm happy with that. Yep. So the next one is around venue merger provisions, and that will cover C and D and the D alternative above in that recommendation on the screen. So Section 95 of the Gambling Act sets out the sequence of steps that must be taken by clubs that intend to merge and want to apply to the Minister under Section 95 to operate more gaming machines. So each of the clubs must be a corporate society, and at least 2 of them must hold existing Class 4 venue licenses and meet other requirements around their past operation. And then they have to obtain a new, essentially a new consent for the proposed venue from council. And if council grants the consent for the merger, then the clubs jointly apply to the Minister under Section 95(2) for approval to operate. And it's either up to the number of gaming machines consented to by the Territorial Authority, or if we don't specify a number within that consent, then they can either get the lesser of 30 or the sum of the gaming machines in all of their venues at the time that they merge. So in our district, each existing venue has 18. And when I was looking at our merger provisions within the current policy, we don't specify a limit on that. So my concern was that on that basis, they could apply for the maximum being 30. So I think we need to have a conversation around, is 30 too many in one venue? And if it is, then I'm recommending that we amend the club merger provisions within the policy. And I attempted to do that with the text below the table and the information that I put together in the report. So I will essentially take you through those. And I've looked at other councils and how they manage the mergers as well. And so I've drawn some numbers based on those other examples. So the first recommendation, which was from submission number 25, which is the Problem Gambling Foundation, they recommend that we delete the venue merger provisions. If this recommendation is supported and the policy does not provide for venue mergers, then essentially they would have to apply for a new consent for the merged venue, and then they would be limited to 9 machines, and under Section 96 they can apply for up to 18. So we would essentially go from 2 venues with 18 machines each to 1 venue with anywhere between 9 and 18 machines. So that would be the effect of that change.
If you're looking for a sinking lid policy, that doesn't support that, does it?
I was going to say, does it overrule the sinking lid?
Yeah, well, it depends if you allow, potentially, it's hard to know, like it depends on how the different clauses work together within the policy. So if we were to have a sinking lid, again, I have to decide, do we still want to provide for mergers? And if so, how do we keep with that overall policy intent while still allowing for mergers? So I guess when I was looking at this, it was on the basis of the notified, which was keeping the current cap. So shifting to a sinking lid, I probably need to have a look at how I would make those things work together if that were the approach we wanted to take. Well, at the moment, we have a separate clause which covers mergers. So it would be looking at how that would be drafted to be consistent with the overall approach.
But either way, the merger that you're talking about would reduce the total number of machines anyway, wouldn't it?
This would, yes. So this was one of the recommendations, which I think would probably fit quite well with sinking lid. But then I guess it's whether you treat it then as a relocate or I'd have to do some thinking around how that would.
The issue here is if you're serious with your sinking lid policy of reducing the amount of gambling machines essentially over time to zero, then this works hand in hand with that sinking lid policy. Because what it says is, whilst you're operating in your current conditions, you're okay. But if you merge or with another entity, that doesn't give you the same rights. You've got to start from scratch, would be the 9, and then they'd have to apply for the minister for anything else up to the 18, which achieves your sinking lid policy.
Yeah, and the next one, which is 4D up there, is similar in that the suggestion is that in the event of a merger, the number of gaming machines is limited to the existing total for one venue. So you'd be going from 2 venues with 18 down to 1 venue with 18, which would effectively achieve the same thing. So it's, whether you remove the merger provision altogether or whether you specify that it's existing for one venue, they would essentially arrive at the same outcome.
The reality for us is I don't think this provision, it'll be highly unlikely for us. I mean, I don't see the Denby and the Empire merging. Maybe it will. Maybe we'll have a super pub in the middle of town one day. But so it's really, where you think you should go with this as a policy decision around supporting your sinking lid position.
And if you're supporting sinking lid, you would go for the D alternative.
Well, the D alternative, so this was, I looked at other policies around our region and elsewhere that have, merger provisions in there. And essentially what my recommendations was that we first specified that they had to apply for a new consent because that wasn't explicit within our policy. The second part was outlining what information the clubs would have to provide to council as part of that application, which is essentially the existing requirements in the policy plus their existing licenses. So we'd have all that together. And then the last clause would be to specify a limit on the number of machines. My example suggests 2/3 of the combined total, which would be effectively in our district would be 24, which is less than the 30. So we would be not allowing them to get up to 30. Rangitikei District Council has a similar approach, but they limit theirs to 9 machines more than the previous licence permitted. So that would be equivalent of 27. Auckland Council has a limit of 5/6 of the combined total, which would be more than 30 now. So that wouldn't work. And Palmerston North doesn't have a merger one because they have the sinking lid and no merger provision. So there's various ways that you can do it. So it sort of comes down to what do we want to be the maximum number? Do we want it to be 18? Do we want it to be 24? Or do we want to be silent on it and allow for up to 30?
Well, for what it's worth, I think D written as limited to the existing total for one venue is a good compromise and still achieves the intent of sinking lid.
Makes 18.
Yeah, which is what they've got now.
Councillor Underwood.
If venues do merge, it would normally be that they one closes and they go to the other venue. Is that how it happens? They wouldn't both kind of merge and then go somewhere else?
I think in most cases they would go to one of the existing venues, so they would be merging with that venue. And so one would be closing, the other would become larger essentially. Understanding of how.
Right, and that other one would already have its maximum of 18 machines.
Yeah.
So
So each of the venues existing in our district currently have 18. So I'm kind of thinking of it from the viewpoint of each has 18 and they're coming together. How many machines can they keep from the venue they're leaving essentially? And whether that's none or it's 9 or it's
two-thirds.
Two-thirds.
Two-thirds of the combined
two-thirds
total.
of the combined total, yeah.
Councillor Blackmore.
Shane said before that it's a highly unlikely to happen for us anyway. And I wonder, just thinking back, a provision like this may have existed in the past to allow for clubs like RSAs and COSI clubs and bowling clubs and different things to merge to be one. I think private enterprise is probably very different, and I really can't anticipate the likelihood of, as we've said, the Empire and the Denby combining to become one.
Yeah, I'm not
club.
sure we've had any mergers. We've had places closed down, i.e. the Ringaticum Club.
Yeah, I was
That
thinking more
certain-
broadly.
Yeah, that certainly wasn't a merger. And then, of course, under the cap policy, those machines were able to be redistributed throughout the district as they were. I'm not sure of any relocation one we've had. The ones that we have lost were largely through the boundary change with Bunnythorpe and Longben. So I can't think of any instances. So I don't know whether this is.
It doesn't feel that relevant.
Well, it's relevant, but it's not at the top of the
Likely.
list, I would think.
So even though we don't think it's highly likely, you still need to have something in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you any clearer, Lisa?
Well, I guess that it would be helpful to know either whether we delete the merger provisions altogether and don't provide for them in our district, or if we did wish to keep that in there, whether we go with 2/3 or, as one of the submitters suggested, the number of machines that exist in one venue. So 18 essentially, 18 or 24 or no provision at all. And with the sinking lid, they wouldn't, I guess it
Or
would be
you go
one
in
would continue
between.
to operate, yeah.
Or you go in between and have C and D alternative. No, that doesn't work.
No,
Can't, yeah.
it's really D or D.
Yeah.
D or the D alternative.
Yeah.
C alternative for me.
Okay, who supports the D alternative?
Given that I don't agree with sinking lid, none of that, but that's me anyhow.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay. Cool. So the next one is recommendation E, that licenses for gaming machines be only issued to liquor licensed premises, which is recommendation 7 in the table. So the submitter requested change is suggesting that if we limit consents to operating gaming machines to premises that hold liquor licenses, then we could control opening hours for these premises via conditions in their liquor license. So essentially kind of a alternative way of limiting access. My recommendation is to not support this solely because Section 101 of the Gambling Act specifies which matters territorial authorities may have regard to when determining whether Class 4 venues may be established in the district, where any venue may be located, and restrictions on the number of gaming machines they operate. While the clause allows council to consider the primary activity at the venue, which our current policy already does, it might be going too far to say that they have to have a liquor license. We already in the policy talk about them and that the primary purpose can't be in association with children's activities and things like that. We do talk about food and liquor premises as being one of the primary, activities at the venue. So I think we sort of already align with this, and that I think all of the venues have existing liquor licenses anyway. But I would just be hesitant to use the liquor license as a means of controlling the gambling activity. I think that that would be going beyond what the Act would allow us to do.
I think the other thing to bear in mind, councillors, is at the moment, all the current venues with gambling machines and do have liquor licenses. If they were to close down, then your sinking lid policy kicks in. So,
Probably irrelevant.
probably kind of irrelevant in a lot of ways because, they're not going to relocate to somewhere because the sinking lid policy applies.
Councillor Campbell.
The main advantage of linking it to liquor permitted premises is the operating hours. Otherwise, you could have a venue that potentially could open 24 hours, which is not desirable, or a gaming only venue, which I wouldn't think is very advisable. And the liquor industry obviously is very highly regulated anyway, equally as much as gaming, and they two tie in very nicely together. So I'd recommend that it stays.
Yeah, because, if you take that out, then the laundromat, which is open 24/7, could have them.
Yep.
I just said to Lisa, if we're going to insist on that, I really would like to get some legal advice on that because I think it probably is ultra vires in terms of that legislation. So if council wants us to pursue that, then we'll quickly do that.
Yeah, clause 412 of the current policy says the primary activity of any class 4 gambling venue shall be for the sale of liquor or the sale of liquor and food, for a chartered club or return services association, for sporting activities or for the operation of a TAB. The primary activity of any class 4 gambling venue shall not be one which is associated with family or children's activities. So those are the current controls that are within the existing policy.
That's all you need then.
Leave it as is.
Yeah, leave it as it is.
Okay,
Right.
so the last one is around a request that council advocate to central government for the following: adoption of a more sustainable, ethical and transparent community funding system, more powers for councils to remove gaming machines from their communities, and the urgent removal of class 4 gaming machines from high deprivation areas in New Zealand, which is 7 to 10 in that. So I think that the support for the first one around the adoption of a more sustainable, ethical and transparent community funding system, I think we could support that regardless of any other decisions we make on the policy today. The second one around more powers, my suggestion was that we couldn't really support that if we didn't adopt a sinking lid and take other existing sort of powers that we have within the legislation as it is to limit the number of machines. But if we do switch to a sinking lid, then it's whether we, there's additional powers we feel that we need as a council to control class 4 gambling. And the last one around the urgent removal of class 4 gaming machines. For us, I don't think that makes sense, just from the discussion that we've had around, Fielding being a highly deprived area, and Rongatia has less deprivation than Fielding CBD in terms of, current gaming machines. So I think that would essentially force them out of the CBD if government were to take that line. But yeah.
I would say we'd support the first one, but Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. I suppose my question here is, would this be alongside our submission process that we normally have? So when there is something to submit on, we would submit with the perspective of our policy, or would we be doing this as some sort of separate activity?
We are required post-adoption of the policy to send a copy of it to the Department of Internal Affairs, so it could be possible at the same time to essentially write a letter alongside that. expressing a viewpoint on some of these matters, but most of the time it would be through submissions that we write on legislation as it arises. Yeah, the community funding system, I'm not sure what engagement that would relate to. So if we felt strongly about that, it probably, we could do that at the same time that we submit our final policy potentially, if that were what council would like to do.
I think that, just to give opinion, makes a lot of sense, given that a lot of the support for the status quo is around community funding. And so if we were seeking support for some alternative to that, raising the level of awareness around that would make sense.
Okay. Councillor Campbell.
I'm not sure that I really want to get involved in that. The current funding system is largely based around distribution by gaming trusts of the money. They decide they're already highly regulated. They have to give away 40%. There's rules around how they give it away. Are we going to regulate them further? What does that motion mean? I think we've got other issues that probably to address rather than that.
Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Look, I'd actually agree with Councillor Campbell actually on this one. And I'm actually wondering whether or not the words sustainable, ethical and transparent are a good fit with central government, to be fair. And at the end of the day, if we want to submit on something that comes from central government, we've got the opportunity to do that on any subject which we so desire. And quite frankly, surely the discussion is around actually what's and clearly we've got a variance of opinion here, but what's right for our community, and that's what we're trying to ascertain whether the wish of the community is being superseded by views of elected members or the other way around. So just a final word on this. I believe this whole process, in a way, we've sort of been dealing in semantics in a little way, because at the end of the day, over a reasonably long period of time, the difference between the status quo and a sinking lid isn't actually that different. And we've had measures and opportunities to regulate stuff and do what we want anyhow. That's just me getting my final say on.
Councillor Ford.
Even though I lost.
Councillor Ford.
Yeah, I think if I heard Councillor Blackmore correctly, I think I'll agree with her in that those of us who are supporting the status quo, it was largely because of the funding that goes to the clubs and organisations and charities, etc. And where the sinking lid policy is the ultimate goal, the end game is to get it to zero. So there'll be no money at all going to our community organisations. This first point is trying to address that, saying, well, if there's no money coming from pokies, where's it going to come from? So I think that is something that probably should be addressed, particularly if we're going to, if we're backing a sinking what it's called, sinking lid policy. Juice cap, sinking lid, I don't know.
So we're saying yes to the first one?
Well, some of us are saying yes and some of us are saying no, but like before.
I'd say no.
Right, who's saying yes to the first bullet point?
Me.
4, 5, yes.
No's?
It doesn't really matter what the rest of us think.
Because there's 5, yeah. Bridget.
I think it's not that I don't support another funding alternative. I think, similar to Councillor Campbell's views, the priorities for me isn't starting our own pathway of advocacy on this topic. It's rather whether or not we're going to approve or not the sinking lid policy. That's my sort of priority for us to figure that out in the next couple of weeks based upon whatever you bring back to the table, Lisa. Just something I want to note, though, that I'm just noticing, and I, respectfully, I love your transparency around that you had prepared for the status quo, which you can kind of see in your reporting. It's feeling like we're starting to have a sinking lid that's turned to an opening lid. I wanted to also, that's just for you, Lisa, but I just want to circle back to Councillor Hadfield, and I'm careful that we don't get into a sparring match. And you made a comment that, there's some councillors that have their own personal views against the wishes of the community. I don't want us to sensationalise the submissions that we received that they're all the views of our community. I know sometimes as councillors, we usually use that so that we justify how we position ourselves at this table. Councillor Hadfield, our iwi leaders didn't submit in time or didn't submit on this policy for gambling because they support gambling. So, and they're part of this community and they weren't sitting at the table, and it's actually our people that are impacted the most in a harmful way. So I just want to go, just be really clear to you when you're using the data that we were given today around the 63% will say that we, aren't supportive of sinking lid, they're supportive of the status quo. They're not all the views of all of our community. They're the ones that benefit from gambling. Essentially, they're beneficiaries. So, yeah,
Like
just let's
Youthline, Manchester House, Samaritans, FDP, Hospice. Just be careful.
careful of what?
Well, you're saying they're the organisations that benefit from gambling. I wouldn't categorise those ones as benefiting from gambling.
The ones that submitted.
The ones that I've just read out.
And were they supportive of, what were they supportive of?
Sinking lid and increasing cap.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not. So they were supportive of status quo,
And-
Manchester House,
Yes.
Youthline,
Youthline
and
wanted
they don't benefit at all. They don't get any funding.
Youthline do.
So fielding promotion support status quo, but they have no benefit. Is that what you're saying?
They can receive funding from
I
them.
couldn't tell you whether they've received.
But they can receive funding. And they have never received funding?
These are organisations that I don't think, they're responsible organisations that do a lot of good in our community for Samaritans, Youthline, Manchester House, Hospice in particular. They support those who need help.
I'm not criticising the entities or organisations that help support businesses, that help support children, that help support mental health. That is not the kōrero that I'm giving back to Councillor Hadfield.
But you said that these are all the organisations that benefit from gambling. And I'm just saying, well, I don't think you would really put Hospice, Manchester House, Samaritans, Youthline. I wouldn't categorise them as organisations that benefit from gambling. They may have received grants in the past.
And grants benefit them, or they don't disadvantage them?
They do benefit them.
Okay, yeah, so thank you. Thank you for clarifying your position there. Just to be really clear, because this is recorded and no doubt people that are interested in this are going to read about it later, I'm not criticising any of our charities and local entities and the work that they do. Just pointing out that there's benefit to those that support the status quo. That's what I'm pointing out. Thank you, Deputy Michael Ford, for your comments. Yeah. Wonderful afternoon.
Okay, so
Sorry, all we're really doing here is these three don't form part of what goes in the policy. These are just points made by submitters, and we just really need your view so we can respond. So this is what the difference is between these three.
Yep.
Would we adopt a more sustainable, ethical and transparent community funding system? I guess we would, because we're advocating a sinking lid. So, and the other two, it's up to you, but this is just so we can go back to submitters. This doesn't inform the policy.
So, yeah, so the point you're making is the next two bullet points go beyond us trying to firm up a policy for our community.
Yeah, that would mean us advocating the second point beyond council's authorities. And the third one would be, I'm not sure we could actually do it.
Yeah, I think effectively if central government were to pass legislation that said you couldn't have class 4 gaming venues in high deprivation areas, only Rangitia would remain. Essentially, the others would have to either move or close, depending on what our policy allowed them to do.
So are we saying, no, we're not interested in promoting those two?
Deprivation index is a bit dodgy to start with its criteria.
That's my point. And is it council's role?
Can I just suggest, so we can move on, because we've got a fair bit to get through, that we
Absolutely.
agree with the first bullet point, but if there's an opportunity for us to advocate anywhere, and there's others, the middle one we will submit if there is an opportunity. For instance, if the government came out with an amendment to the legislation, then we would look at that and submit. And I don't even know whether the third bullet point we're able to do, given there is a degree of existing use rights that apply. So I just don't think we need to go there. I think
Right.
we'd be buying ourselves a potential legal challenges that we just don't need. So my view is we get rid of that one, and the other two we are where we are.